in order to vote and do so in a very expeditious way. So engaging with citizens and informing them relates to our outreach activities. And lastly, enhance transparency in multi-party democracy through political funding. Firstly, the Commission is a register of parties to ensure that we avail that facility to all who aspire to vindicate their Section 19 rights for registering a party and so on, maintaining that, but also ensuring that only those that have a genuine desire to participate are retained on that register. That's one. And the second component of that long-term outcome is really funding to political parties, ensuring that we the monies, or rather the donations that have been disclosed to us, they are recorded appropriately, and at the requisite time issue the reports to the country. And then also strengthening our enforcement regime to ensure that those who do not comply are made accountable in terms of the provisions of the Act. Next slide. So again, our outputs are 4, and they really relate to those long-term outputs. So I won't repeat them here. Next slide. Now, Chair, this strategic plan, within the period of this strategic plan, there are key policy processes that we are working on. Firstly, is the electronic voting policy process. We have produced a discussion document on the subject of electronic voting. And we launched that discussion document at the consultative conference we held in March. The objective of the discussion document was really to start a national conversation about what electronic voting is, to understand what other countries have done in relation to electronic voting. Thirdly, to understand the different models of electronic voting, those that are internet-based and those that are voting station-based. And even so, there are different, the variants of those that obtain within the voting station. But fourthly, also to hear what the views of South Africans are. We've done an opinion survey, which is incorporated into that discussion document. And fourthly, we've availed a facility for members of the public to submit their views. And the Commission intends to go to all the provinces by September to hear, in a structured public hearing, to hear what the stakeholders in each province are saying about this electronic voting. And then we hope to incorporate views from the public consultation into the discussion document and morph it into a green paper, which we intend to hand to the minister in March next year. So that's really the broad policy process outline related to the subject of electronic voting. It is important at this point that I state there is no intention of using electronic voting in local government elections next year. I think let's disabuse ourselves of that notion. That's not the intention. The intention really at this stage is to look at the policy framework, and this is the process outline to support that policy work that we are doing on the subject. The culmination point for us would be a handover to the minister, who will then engage with yourselves as policyholders. Next slide. The second crucial policy issue is the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. This is not a commission process, but it has huge implications for the work that the commission does. Hence, the strat plan takes into account the work that will arise from the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. As we know, the consultation panel was constituted in May 2024, and they then did a consultation process that concluded around October last year. And then after that had structured public hearings in the 9 provinces. And in April, the consultation process culminated in an international conference on different options that were emerging. And some of members of the portfolio committee were part of those discussions. And the panel closed the public consultation at that April conference. The report of the panel is expected in August 2025, and it will be handed over to the Minister of Home Affairs, who has 30 days to then submit the report of the panel to Parliament. Now, when that report lands in Parliament and hopefully referred to yourselves for processing, that's really when the grand work starts, because Parliament must set up processes to process that report, mindful of the implications for the 2029 national and provincial election. So any work that Parliament has to do to process the report must be with a view to completing that work in sufficient time to allow for the preparations of the 2029 election. So this is a matter that must be planned for quite carefully, given the tight timeframes that we are already under in relation to the product of the panel, but as well as the important work that Parliament must do to process that report. Next slide. The chair of the committee did reference this at the beginning of the meeting. The portfolio committee has asked us to look at what the impact of this political funding law has been on political financing landscape in the country. And we did indicate that we were looking at the subject, and we had commissioned research as part of that review that we're doing. And at the two-day symposium we held last week, the interim report of the research was issued by the HSRC. It is available and on our website. We see this research as evolving, so we've not reached the culmination point vis-a-vis that research. There are other primary stakeholders who still have to be consulted, and focused discussions had with them and so on. So it will evolve. We are also preparing a report on that symposium. But the key thing really is the following: that when we eventually come before yourselves to give you the outcomes of the research and the symposium, we will be able to table what we believe were key discussion points at the symposium, or rather key discussion points that arose at the symposium, as well as key discussion points that arise from the research. So depending on your program, you will schedule us accordingly to provide that that feedback. Based on how you process the key discussion points that arise from the research and the symposium, you may want to chart a way forward around whether to review certain aspects of the Act, but that's the matter that is entirely within your purview. The next slide. Chair, again, at the beginning of your opening remarks, you did indicate you'd like a sense of where we are with the preparations for 2026. I can confirm, Chairperson, that the preparations for local government elections 2026, 2027 are well underway. The Commission at the beginning of the year approved a planning scenarios document, and on that basis engaged with the Minister of COGTA, who is the authority responsible for calling the local government elections. So initial consultations have been held with the Minister of COGTA. Of course, nothing was finalized, but the discussions have begun at that level. On our part, administratively, we've finalized our composite chart of milestones that must be realized in our journey towards LGE 2026-2027. What I have in this colorful slide, it's some of the key milestones. I've not put everything. I mean, the number of projects involved in planning an election are over 300. So these are some of the key major milestones in the preparation of the 2026-2027 election. The first issue really is our party registration system, which we've completed in May 2025. The party registration system is the system that we use for purposes of capturing requirements related to the registration of parties, capturing of the supporting signatures, and so on, and so on, and so on. So in October this year, Chair, we will have what we call a code phrase. In other words, the revisions to the applications that we're going to use to support the registration weekend will have a code phrase. In other words, the changes to the systems would cease around the 17th of October. And the applications that are involved there is our online registration system, the VMD apps, the voter registration app, the staff attendance app, and the voting station monitoring app, so that we will freeze in October this year. And then we'll have the national trainer workshop in November this year already. And then they will have a second code phrase to look at the other systems. There is the election staff system, outreach management, logistics information system, and the voter registration system. So we will freeze in March 2026 work on those applications. And then on the 13th of April next year, we'll have the national boot camp for the elections themselves. And then around May, we'll have a national dry run. In other words, where we get the registration supervisors to go to their voting stations with their machines to test them whether there's traffic flow, so that if there are any bugs in the apps, those bugs can then be ameliorated. And then, Chair, so it goes. We, at the moment, subject to budget confirmation, we're scheduling a registration weekend after May, and a second registration weekend soon thereafter. Whether we have 2 or 1 is not a certainty. Is dependent on the budget consultations that are to be conducted with National Treasury. So, Chair, the point really that we're trying to make with this slide is that the plans have taken shape and have crystallized. And they've been put into our composite chart of milestones, and we will start now with the verification weekly, monthly, bi-weekly meetings where we check how we perform against the milestones. Next slide. Chair, a very important matter is the governance authority of our institution is the commission. And as we prepare for these elections, there are 3 vacancies which are going to arise in November this year. The 3 commissioners were appointed in November 2018. So their 7-year term comes to an end in November this year. We've had engagements with the Speaker, who then engaged with the Chief Justice, and the panel of the Chief Justice advertised the 3 vacancies. I think it was the first advert was in April, and that period was extended to close on 6th June 2025. Just for whatever the panel of this CJ consists of the CJ herself as the chair, the public protector, chair of the Human Rights Commission, and chairperson of the Gender Commission. So the nominations closed on the 6th of June. Last Thursday, the CJ's panel issued a shortlist of 12 candidates. And in the media statement that came, interviews for candidates are scheduled for the 21st and 22nd of July 2025. And after the interview in law, the panel must submit 8 names to the National Assembly. And the National Assembly then are to recommend 3 names to the president for appointment. This element is crucial because you need a commission to perform its oversight functions, but also as the governing authority of the institution, they need to drive the preparatory process. We can't afford not to have a fully constituted commission beyond May. So I think given the dates that I've just given, it might be important that the portfolio committee sets up a process to process the report of the CJ panel such that it doesn't really, we don't lose time, but we anticipate it, we plan for it, and you deal with it as you should in terms of your process. And what really makes this issue also important is the fact that you need 3 commissioners to operate, to take lawful decisions. So if 2 commissioners remain, they'll be unable to take any lawful decisions. Hence, the seamless process will be desirable. Next slide. We are making certain assumptions, of course, for the delivery of this strategic plan. And that is that adequate funding and resources will be availed, that there'll be political stability and cooperation from our stakeholders, and that we will be able to effectively implement new technologies and systems, and that there will be continued public trust and participation in the electoral process. Next slide. And then from my side, the last, before I hand over to the CFO, any strategy has associated risks that must be anticipated, mitigation measures made, and there be continued vigilance around the delivery of the strategy. The first major risk that has to be managed throughout the period of this strat plan is cyber security. I mean, it's an omnipresent risk for all institutions. So we have to continuously monitor monitor threats which may be perpetrated on our ICT systems. We also are aware that the country is facing significant fiscal constraints, and we may be required to implement cost containment measures. And in that context, we may have to look at other acceptable sources of funding. We are alive to the fact that often ahead of municipal elections, there's although it's concentrated in particular areas, there's often localized violence where prospective candidates are involved in conflict and so on. So that's a risk that we have to manage together with the state security apparatus of the country. And lastly, the declining voter participation. On our part, we have to scale up voter education and our engagements effort for improved voter participation. Chair of the committee, through your, if you allow, I would like at this point to hand over to the CFO to take us through the APP elements as well as the budget associated with the APP. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thanks very much, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you can allow me, I won't put on the camera. I don't have a pretty face like the CEO and the Chairperson. So I'll just get into it. Chair, for the plan overall, we've got 15 targets that are planned. Just at a high level, before I actually start dissecting them, these targets are dissected to 4 programs with the following outcome. We plan to strengthen institutional effectiveness. We plan to ensure that there's free and fair elections are delivered. We also want to make sure that they're informed and we engage our citizens as well as our stakeholders through our electoral democracy processes. And then we also want to enhance transparency in our multi-party democracy through political funding. I'll then go to the APP. The APP seeks to really dissect what these targets are at a program level. So if you look at program 1, which is our administration program, it has 4 targets. The purpose of this program is to achieve the strategic outcome of strengthening institutional effectiveness at all levels of the organization. It also provides the overall strategic management of the Electoral Commission, as well as the centralized support of financial management services. So the overall outcome is strengthen institutional effectiveness. For 25-26, the budget for this program is 912 million. We've got 4 targets under this program. The first one, we plan to maintain and keep 4 strategic register, understanding the nature and the volatility and the risk that goes around the election processes, which is why it's important to then have this target. Secondly, at the heart of our business, we have ICT system. So we've got a second target here. Our output is to ensure that we've got a stable ICT environment. How do we plan to measure that? We are going to ensure that 90% of the 2,232 hours are achieved to ensure that we have a stable ICT environment. Our third target under program 1 is that we are going to ensure that we've got enough staff to carry out our mandate. Our target here is going to be 90% of all the approved posts will be filled by the end of the year, 25-26. Then lastly, on this program, we don't take for granted the funds that are given to the Commission, which is why as an institution, it's very important that we uphold and we maintain a clean audit outcome, and hence it stays one of our strategic targets. If we then go to program 2, which is our electoral operations, Program 2 has got 2 strategic targets. What is the purpose of this program? The purpose of this program is to focus on strategic outcomes of managing and delivering free and fair elections. The outcome is emphasized here is to have free and fair elections delivered. We are looking at a budget at 832 million for the period 25-26 budget. If we then go to the detail of those targets, so the output is for 2.1, the first target, we want to have free and fair elections delivered in accordance with the applicable electoral legislation. What we achieve on this target is that no elections should be set aside at all. If we then look at 21-22, we want to ensure that we have as an output a credible and an accurate voters roll as at 31st of March. So we are targeting to maintain 27,100,000 registered voters as at the end 30/31 of the March of the reporting period. If we then go to program 3, which is our outreach program, here in our outreach program, we actually plan to keep our stakeholders informed, engaged, as well as citizens and stakeholders regarding electoral democracy. This program has a budget of 159 million, if rounded up, for the 25-26 financial year. If you then go to the detail of these targets, 3.1 and 3.2, the outputs are together. Here we seek to provide research, thought leadership to strengthening electoral democracy. Here we've got 2 targets that we're going to do to achieve that. The first one, we're going to have 4 initiatives of doing research. So we're going to have 4 research completed end of the year. We are also targeting to have 15 thought leadership and interaction by the end of the year. The third target, here we seek to promote and foster awareness regarding participation in electoral processes through civic democracy as well as voter education programs. We are looking to have 80,000 civic education events for the period for 25-26. If we then go to 3.14, here we are looking to have an output of interacting with domestic, regional, and international stakeholders to build an understanding of the Electoral Commission's role in delivering a credible election. So our target is to ensure that we have about a minimum of 100 key stakeholder engagements in the year. Lastly, communication and campaigns on diverse platforms. Here we want to provide advanced democracy in terms of our electoral processes. So we are planning to have a reach of 280 million impressions. If we then move to the last program, which is program number 4, which is funding and liaison. Here, the outcome, what are we trying to achieve? We're trying to contribute to the enhancement of transparency in election and political funding. The budget for this program is then 25 million for the 25-26 period for review. Here we've got 4 targets. 1 is the new one. So I'll start with the ones that we've carried over. The first one, we want to ensure that we make 4 disbursements and 4 number of diverse disbursement for the period of 25-26 to compliant represented parties and independent representative per annum. Secondly, we want to inform our stakeholders. So we are going to have 10 liaison sessions for the period under review. Lastly, we are planning to publish 4 publications in regards to disclosure of donors per annum for the period under review. Then lastly, this is a new target for program 4. We plan as an output to investigate valid, compliant complaints in respect of the contravention of the Political Funding Act. And here we are seeking to actually have 80% target achieved in terms of those initiated investigation, with the emphasis of compliant complaints that are valid. If I can then go into the budget overall. Firstly, this slide really seeks to represent what we have over the MTF period. You'll see in 25-26, we're looking at 2,137,885,000. 26-27, you'll see that we've got 3,125,655,000. And that's informed by the once-off allocation that we've also then received from National Treasury of 800 million for the once-off allocation for that year. 27-28 is then 2,341,036,000 that we have for the latter year. So that really gives you a graphical as well as a quantity of our budget over the MTF. I think I want to just spend a little bit of time here in terms of our expenditure in relation to the budget that we received. So you'll note that the baseline represents how much is allocated to us on an annual basis by National Treasury. The yellow represent how much we spend in terms of that respective period. Now, the question would be, how come is IEC able to spend more than what is allocated on an annual basis? That is because we're on a straight line method when it comes to budget. So what does that mean? National Treasury gives us every year an allocation as if it's an election period. In instances where we underspend, we then roll over the money so that it cushions us for the periods where we require more resources. One of the key drivers in terms of our expenditure is where we are in terms of the election cycle. It's also driven by what activities are happening in that period, and hence then the cost drivers. So you'll never really have a straight or flat out in terms of expenditure. So when you look at how we budget, it's very important to understand where are we in the cycle, what are the key activities that are happening in the commission, and then that informs the numbers that we then present to you. Let us then go back and look at 21-2022. For 21-2022, we had 2 events. That year, we had 1 registration weekend and we had 1 LGE. Our baseline was sitting at 2.2 billion. Our expenditure was sitting as 3.14 billion. That 3.1 billion was actually covered by reserves that we had actually retained from the previous years that then help us to cushion us and cover the expenditure of 3.1 billion, which exceeded the baseline allocation. 22-23 was a non-election year, so there was no event, but National Treasury still gave us an allocation of 2.2 billion. The expenditure for that respective year was 1.4 billion. The amount that was then retained was then rolled over to the next financial year, including the other years that had accumulated. And if you then look at 23-24, you'll note that the baseline is 2.2 billion, but the expenditure is 2.6 billion. Then what are the activities in that period? That period, we had 2 registration weekends and hence also the expenditure, and that expenditure was cushioned by the retained surplus that we had carried over. If we then go to 24-25, that was the NPE. It was 1 event. Our baseline sat at 2.3 billion. Our expenditure sat at 3.1 billion, again cushioned by the retained surplus that is coming from the previous year. Now, 21, 22, 23, 24, those are audited figures. 24, 25 is still underway in terms of audit. 25, 26 is a non-election year. And those are budget and estimate on what we anticipate we are going to require. Now, allocation for 25, 26 for the non-election year is 2.1 billion, but the expenditure that we anticipate is 2.7 billion. Even though it's a non-election year, you would have heard the CEO, we've already started preparing for the election. So a lot of the procurement will start well ahead of 26-27 financial year, which has got 3 activities, and hence the estimated budget of 2.7 billion. If you then go to 26-27, a bit of an abnormal comparison to the other years I've discussed. For the first time, the Commission will have 3 events in a year. The most we've had is 2 events, but 26-27 looks like we're going to have 3 events, which will be informed by 2 registration weekends and LGE. So what do the numbers look like? The baseline looks at 3.1 billion. The expenditure that's anticipated is then 4 billion for that period under review. Now you'll recall that I did then throw in the concept of the straight line basis, the straight line allocation. So this really graphically depicts how it happens. The blue line represents our allocation from National Treasury. The red line then shows your spending period in terms of actual expenditure and how then it relates in terms of what is allocated. So if you look at this this graph, it's very clear that the IEC does need to maintain the process of budget, which it continuously is to retain its surpluses to fund its election, so that we are actually properly funded to prepare for the election, and hence we need to maintain the straight line basis allocation. But like I indicated, there's always continuous discussions with National Treasury about our needs and about our funding, and our funding in the different periods are really informed by the different events. So they never really straight line and they're never the same because of the events that we have as an institution. The last slide really seeks to recap what we have over the 25-26 financial year. Program 1 looking at 912 million, Program 2 looking at 832 million, Program 3 looking at 159 million if rounded up, and then lastly Program 4 looking at 25 million for the period and for 25-26. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO.
That will be the presentation, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Miepza, and all commissioners. Thank you, CEO and the CFO with the presentation. Members, I'm now going to invite for comments on the 2 presentations made by the CEO and the and the CFO. Can I invite hands for comments?
Chairperson.
Yeah, let me invite first Honorable Machi because she has requested to leave earlier. You can start, Honorable Machi. I've noted
Yes.
Honorable Mushwe,
Yes.
Honorable Man,
Thank you.
Honorable proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've got few questions, but I've got to thank first for their comprehensive presentations. Yeah. What measures are being taken to ensure that voter education, especially among youth and rural voters, is accessible, inclusive? The other one is, how does the Commission plan to address the rising challenges of electoral misinformation and disinformation, particularly on social media platforms? The last one is, with significant cost projected for registration and election material logistics, how will the IEC manage cost efficiency without compromising the accessibility and the reliability in formal or remote communities? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mudisemcha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think let me also welcome the revised strategic plan and the annual performance plan of the IEC. We note, Chair, that the IEC has been allocated an additional funding of 885 million in the budget to enable it to prepare for the 2026 local government election. Also note, Chair, that it has structured its strategic plan and the annual performance plan in a way that of drawing lessons from the previous elections as part of their preparations for the upcoming local government elections. And Chair, we share the similar concerns with those of the IEC regarding the lower voter turnout in the 2024 elections, as it would have been compared to the previous national and provincial elections of 2019. We therefore also applaud that they are putting plans in ensuring that they draw more attention and prioritize the issue of encouraging voters to turn out. The IEC also prioritized the democracy and voter education as part of the measures to encourage the move for more voter participation, especially also amongst the young people, as the previous speaker would have then asked a question about the interest of young people being lured more into participating in the elections. Chair, we note the initiatives that the IEC has done to collaborate with the Department of Basic Education as part of the democracy and voter education drive, as it has been indicated in one of the slides. But however, as the NC Chair, we want to urge the IEC to consider also extending the collaboration with the Department of Higher Education, as most of these young people who are closer or who are eligible to vote, to register for elections and also to vote are between the ages of 18 to 35. And in most cases, they are not being found at the lower basic education spaces, but rather in the post-matric institutions of learning. So from matric and post-matric, that's where you find young people who are mostly eligible to participate in election. Therefore, we want to urge them that probably they must look into pursuing this collaboration more with the Department of Higher Education. In their strategic plan, also, Chair, the IEC makes a proposal for consideration of a composite elections going forward. Can they elaborate more, Chair, on what is the thinking behind that And what is this composite elections mean? Would really like to get it more clarity on what is this composite elections mean. It also indicates, Chair, that it will undertake the legislative amendments to the Municipal Election Act and the Municipal Structures Act. What is the objective of the proposed amendments to these acts, and what impact will it have on the upcoming 2026 local government? If Chair, they can further elaborate on that. Also, extensively go more on having had noted that the voter turnout, mostly on local government elections, is traditionally lower compared to the national and provincial elections. What measures have they put in place this time around in ensuring that at least the local government elections also receive more attention and participation from the society? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mcm. Reverend Misho.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have 4 short questions. The first one is about the interaction with domestic, regional, and international stakeholders. What guides the decision of which international stakeholders to interact with? And so far, have a decision been made who will be interacted with, or that still has to be made? And if yes, which stakeholders will be interacted with, and have they produced results that has made our IEC to be happy that the interaction with them is going to assist the IEC to come out with desirable and acceptable voter results? And the second one has to do with one of the values, specifically transparency. Political parties, to a very large extent, are aware of what is happening in the voting stations. And traditionally, political parties' representatives, observers, have been able to follow the numbers that have been captured in voting stations. Now, there is a period of lack of transparency, and that is what happens between voting stations and the main center, the ROC, where election results are announced, because at times parties are trying to add the results or the numbers, the figures they have from voting stations, to try and see how the results, final results, can be traced, how it happened, why that and that. And obviously, it is a problem that is not easy to solve. So my question on this one is whether the IEC would be agreeable to have observers also before the ROC, but between voting stations and the ROC, before the final results are announced. That period from when voting stations have submitted their figures and what will ultimately appear on the screens, that period, there is an unknown factors of what's happening there. So if a request is made or a demand is made that in spite of the fact that we understand that you cannot have all political parties in the center where final tallies are made, but that there would be representation so that political parties can say with conviction that the election results have truly been transparent. The third question, it's about I think it was the last presentation where we were shown how the money was used. Now, we are told that 2022/2023, it was not an election year, but 1.4 billion was used, even though it was not an election year, and we were not told that there was a big event that year. So I would like to know what that 1.4 billion was used for. It was not an election year. There was no big event. So what was that money used for? And maybe lastly, for now, political party funding, particularly international funding. Can I have clarity and assurance that the IEC is satisfied that there is true transparency within political parties? If I may ask a specific question without mentioning the name of the party, while I know everybody will know what I'm talking about. If a political party, we are informed, is bankrupt, suddenly they have more than enough and more than those that were never on the verge of bankruptcy. And it is also known that that money didn't come from domestic organizations or companies, but it was international funding. In such a case, does the IEC have the liberty to publicly say, questions are being asked? There's a lot of speculation about what could have happened. But to save voters and political parties time to stop speculating, here are the facts. This is what has happened. International funding for political parties in South Africa for this period has been so much. And this has gone to this party, this has gone to this party, and so on. Would the IEC be comfortable with doing something like that, that it just becomes a norm? Then when we have millions and billions coming from outside, that even before pestering from individuals or political parties, that the IEC would just say, we want the public to know this is what has come from outside, and this money has been used for 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rev Mishwe. Honorable Bowman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the presenters for the presentation as well. I think most of us are quite concerned about the under-registration and voter apathy, but I also think, even though my colleagues have covered this, we do need some form of action plan for closing the youth participation gap. I think that's very important that we are kept appraised of it, and also to understand where the shortfalls are, and also maybe what the reasons are. I mean, if we haven't done root cause analysis, then it's very difficult to fix the problem or the perceived problem if we don't understand. My second question, Chair, is how will the IEC counter the cyber threats and misinformation? I think in this wonderful world of information technology that we find ourselves in, there is a lot of information that is out there, and unfortunately we don't have the ability to deal with everything. But I think in terms of the election, there's a lot of information, and I think where it stems from is because of the lack of information. So I think the IEC needs to improve whether it's media, social media, radio, there's many alternatives for the general public to get the right information the first time, and that will also assist. But we do need to look at the threats that are potentially out there. A big one for me, Chair, was 2024, and this has got a double-edged sword, is what lessons from 2024 NPE did we learn, and what are we doing to integrate these into the 2025-2026 operations and planning? One big one was the special votes. At that stage, obviously, I was a ward councillor, and I don't only speak for myself, I speak for a lot of areas because it was on the media in terms of the special votes. And what are the proposals to deal with to deal with the large scale special votes for 2026, 2027 based on the 2024 trends? And lastly, what are the IEC's proposals to deal with perceived intimidation outside voting stations? I understand that obviously the numbers on the board at the end of the elections is quite critical, but what is even more critical is the protection of the voter. And what we're finding more and more is that there are various political parties that they don't only have what we call tables in front of the voting stations, but they do intimidate potential voters coming through. So to the point where people after, say, 5 o'clock after the work run, they don't really want to come through because they fear for their lives. So I think that needs to be addressed as well. But yeah, that's mine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bowman. Honorable Mkhale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me take this opportunity to also thank the IEC for the presentation. And also, Chair, I know that we're also scheduled to have an engagement with the IEC on the 2024 elections report. So I think some of the issues, I will leave them for that engagement. But there's a few issues that I want to raise, Chair, emanating from the presentation. But first of all, let me raise this, that the political parties in Parliament, Chairperson, have been negatively affected by that Schedule 1A of the Electoral Act that has to do with the statements of members of Parliament.
Yeah, ngithenga past 10.
Can I be protected, Chair?
Sorry, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Machi. Mr. Matons, can you assist us with the switching off the... Thank you. Sorry, Honorable Mkhale. Proceed.
All right, thank you, Chair. So the political parties, Chair, I believe is not just ourselves, but all political parties in Parliament that were supposed to do replacements were affected by the Schedule 1A of the Electoral Amendment Act, which prevented them from replacing or filling some of the vacancies that occurred within the first 12 months after the 2024 elections. And I think that's something that we need to look into, Chair, because it has very dire implications in terms of the work of Parliament, in terms of ensuring that there's quorum in our meetings and so on. So I think that's one issue that we need to deal with. And I believe there's some work that we will present to the committee in the near future in that regard. Chair, the members have expressed themselves earlier on the issue of the voter apathy and declining turnouts in our elections. And we have raised this previously. I've raised this previously in our engagement with the IEC. on the work that they do in ensuring that we have more people registering to vote. For example, they've revised this APP that they are presenting to us, Chairperson. They've revised the target of registered voters by 760,000 from the previous APP that I think they withdrew. So it will be interesting to know what informed such a move. Because, Chair, we have an interest, I believe, as political parties, all of us here, we have an interest to ensure that people get registered to vote, and as many as possible. And the IEC has the data in terms of where are the challenges in terms of the lower voter registrations, where are the areas in terms of the geographic locations, the municipalities, where there is low voter registrations and voter turnout in elections. What is the IEC doing in that space besides just waiting for an election year to be declared, election year, and then they start with the voter registrations for that election? What are they doing to really change these numbers, Chairperson? Because they are of a serious concern to us, and we have been constantly raising this issue. And I'm raising this, Chair, because the target that they presented previously was revised downwards by 760,000. I would propose, Chair, that the IEC should have set an even more ambitious target of at least 30 million. Our voters' roll should be sitting at no less than 30 million. It was 27,600,000 in the previous elections, Chair. And they are telling us that with these new targets they are setting, it's still going to remain at that figure. It's just marginal increases. So I think the IEC really needs to work on this aspect of ensuring that they get people to register to vote. And they can't put the blame on political parties, Chairperson, to say, no, people are losing trust in political parties and so on and so on. No. The IEC is an institution that is created specifically to deal and address this kind of issues, Chair. So it's their duty as well to ensure that they work in terms of ensuring that there is increased voter participation in South Africa, Chair. So I would really love to hear from the Commissioner, why did they revise the target downward, and what are they doing to improve the numbers? And secondly, Chair, coming to the funding for the outreach programs. The 2023, the budget was at 547 million. And in 2024-2025 financial year, it was 380 million. And now we're told now it has been set at 154 million. Chair, if we want our people to play a role in this democracy, The work of the IEC in this regard is very critical. So the decline in terms of the funds allocated for this particular program is of great concern to us, Chair. And we need to understand why is there a reduction in terms of the funding for this particular program. I want to come to the issue of the ICT. The voter registration app, Chair, there are periods when that app does not work totally. That app does not work at all. And it's not, because I thought it's just maybe I was in Limpopo, network issues and so on. But I found even when I went to other parts of the country, it was the same challenge. And it's a challenge that we also experience on the eve of the 2024 elections when voter registration was closing. So I want to understand, what is the IEC doing? Because we're encouraging people to register to vote online. We have said it's convenient, it's easy, but people are going on that app and they are being frustrated. So I want to understand, what is the IEC doing to ensure that this app that we are using, it does not give us problems, Chairperson. And lastly, Chair, the IEC Chair must brief the committee here with regards to the lease for their headquarters. What is happening? Because we know that the IEC was supposed to have moved from their current building, and they should have procured their own space. So we want to know as to when is the lease of the current building coming to an end, and when is the IEC going to occupy or their new buildings? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Roos.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thank you to the IC for the presentation. Chair, I've been covered in a number of issues. Chair, just a few things. So firstly, we've been presented with an IT roadmap in the run-up to the local government elections. I would also like to just understand from the Commission side in terms of our legislative roadmap. I know before the last elections, we'd asked for a similar thing where we'd said, by when do we need to have our electoral amendments, if any, done, and regulations done. So I'd just like to get an understanding of those hard-edged dates that we need to consider as a committee to ensure that that roadmap is not disturbed, and that we can make it in time for the election. I'd also like to understand there's a apologies. There's an item on the 14th of October 2026. There's a VMD election dry run. I'd also like just to understand what does that entail exactly to ensure that the system is adequately tested. Chair, I'd also like to touch on what Honourable Markey and Bullman and others have raised in terms of misinformation and disinformation as a potential risk. Chair, under risk management, we don't see two things, and the one is artificial intelligence, and the other is any sort of significant downtime. But perhaps the artificial intelligence one, it's quite important, Chair, for two reasons. And we've seen recently in international affairs how it's being highlighted how artificial intelligence is being used to share misinformation. That misinformation is then being picked up by mainstream media outlets, and then even systems which are there to see whether something is real or not real. Because the video has appeared on news, for example, then it marks it as real or something that has been tested. So, Chair, obviously there is the risk of these deepfakes and misinformation. But I think the other side as well, which is very important, is its potential to undermine the trust in the electoral process. And specifically the potential for AI to be used to generate fake claims about rigged elections or hacking systems or voter fraud. The ability to produce videos in the direct aftermath of an election. So this has to be considered a very large risk to the IEC. It's not just the external risk faced by political parties, perhaps, and voters in trying to determine what is real and what is not real. But there's also a potential direct impact on the credibility of the IEC. So I'd like the IEC to just unpack this in more detail. Whether AI is being considered as a big risk, as it should be, and to what extent that is the case, and what is going to be done about that. And then, Chairperson, finally, in terms of the electronic voting, it appears that there's some sort of working towards a green paper. I'd like to just get some clarity as well, whether rural communities and the diaspora are going to be consulted and considered in this process, Chair. I think if you look at the study tour that is proposed for this committee, it specifically was aimed at going to a country like Brazil, where you face a similar diversity in the kinds of communities where you would have to run an election. And so it's really important to cover all of these diverse areas with different access to ICT infrastructure and communications infrastructure, that when one produces an e-voting, it's not just something that people came from the suburbs, had a meeting and had input and then gave a report. Chair, I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just asking what measures are in place to ensure that there is a diverse series of views that cover all potential types of voters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rose. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the colleagues and the IEC. I don't think that I can stress enough the issue of voter registration as well as participation. I think the colleagues have belabored it a lot, but I don't think that it's something that we should be willy-nilly about. I just want to hear, maybe as a point of clarity, whether the IEC is considering a better strategy. I mean, we've had lots of elections and we've seen the decline over the years in terms of participation. And we can't, keep on doing the same thing and expecting different results. So how is it that we're going to satisfy the public in ensuing elections in terms of their participation? Because I don't think we can really, wave the white flag to ourselves as a nation to say we have conducted free and fair elections, and yet we have a staggering number of our electorate that's eligible to vote, that is either not registering to vote or not participating at all. And also to turn the 18-year-olds who are, will be first-time voters, what are the strategies that we are going to employ going forward? Because I think it is a concern that we really cannot leave unattended. In terms of the compliance with political party funding, in the presentation, it spoke to Program 4, which manages party funding. I think that it is important for transparency's sake that all of us comply with regulation and legislation with regards to political party funding. We've recently just had the debate on that. I want to hear from the IEC what will be the consequences of non-compliance and also non-declaration, because there is no way that some parties can declare and others don't get to declare, and yet it is quite visible that they should be declaring. What will be the consequences? Where are we in that? Because we really have not had full compliance thus far. And then I just want to hear in terms of the role of the SAPs at voting stations. Some of us have experienced serious intimidation, and we have tried to report in some instances when we have seen this, and the SAPs really just sit in their cars and they say it's an IEC issue. They don't get involved. Can I just get clarity on what is the role of the SAPs on voting day at various voting stations when they are there, to guard for whether it's intimidation, and what is the relationship between the IEC and the SAPs on any given day during elections, whether it's be it by elections, LGEs or NPEs? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubeni. Honorable Ngubani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate as well the presentation done by the IEC. Chair, one of our major concerns is the IEC's understanding of the political landscape, drastic changes it is operating in. To us, it seems that the IEC, the way they function or the way they do things, they seem to be not understanding that the political landscape of South Africa has tilted completely or has changed drastically. But what we see the IEC seems to just to apply the method of cool heads, all is in order, things are still the same, whereas things have changed. One of the rising concerns that we say that is the experience that comes from the last election of the 2024. It comes from there. I can tell you now, Chairperson, the voter turnout reduction at a critical moment in the IEC was not really a reduction. Some of it was an incapacitation of the IEC, where we found that simple things like decisions of managers that operate some region or some voting station, when they still see that the queue is still long, they turn people away. There were complaints on that. And as well, the challenge we have is IEC needs to explain us the procedure of managing complaints. How do they manage and complain, resolving them? Because as things stand, most of the complaints that the IEC received, all people who posed them were not happy with the way IECs manage those complaints. Somehow, there's a disjuncture between, somewhere there's someone who says, I'm busy doing things right, my work is okay. But the customers that are being done this service that you are saying, I'm doing it very well, 90% of them are not happy. It tells that there's something very wrong with the service provider that offers that service. It means they don't understand their customers, or totally they don't understand the environment that they're working on that has changed. So that's the major concern to me, Chair, that IEC seems to be operating like it's business as usual, things are as normal as they used to be since 1994, and we know what's going to come out. Things have changed. The political interests have been heightened up in South Africa. And as well, the challenge, the IEC needs to really look into this. We know in South Africa, there is high interest of international role players in our political environment. The West has huge interest. The imperialists have huge interest in this country. When the IEC engages these external stakeholders, they need to be very, very much cautious and wholly transparent on what are they engaging them on, what's the basis, and be transparent on that one. The more you're not transparent, it's the more where the suspicion rises up and everyone loses trust on this entity called the IEC. The IEC is a heartbeat of the break or make of the South Africans working in terms of political landscape. It needs to be handled like the golden share. So I think my major concern is that it seems to me the IEC is operating like it's business as usual. There was no voter turnout reduction. Instead, there were people being turned out because IEC didn't have capacity. And then the other thing, there should be some measurement from the executive where you see that no, things seems to be way different than they used to be. And you move from this thing of saying the voters must be 1 day. 2 days wouldn't kill. Why wouldn't those decisions made when you see that there is a huge registration? For the moment that you have a huge voter registration number than what was happened before, it tells you that obviously there is a high interest. And it's impossible when there is a high interest in voters wanting to vote, and you find you receive a low voter turnout reduction. For the mayor, that tells that somehow there was a bottleneck in your system that has blocked that number of interest not to reach out in the voting station and vote. Not to say that, no, we had high registration of voters, but that high registration turned out to be low voter turnout. It's highly, highly impossible. It means somehow on your system as IEC, there was bottleneck on your systems to allow all those voters who are interested to come in, and there's a challenge on that. The ICT reliance on outside service providers and the perception it provides in the country, IEC needs to be transparent with that. Call all role players and sit them down and show them that this is what I'm involving these role players on, and this is their input, and this is their SLA agreement with me. This is how they are going to assist me on, and this is the beginning and the end. This is what the do's and the don'ts that they're going to get involved in. And the moment IEC, you just shut the door and say, no, I'm not going to tell everyone in South Africa what I'm doing with this service provider. Especially, I'm talking about the external role players. The whole country in Africa is battling with the West's interest in the political dynamics of the African countries, because we know that the stakes are much bigger than what we're speaking about, CEO of IEC. The stakes for the West to run the countries of Africa are high. And IEC, you are at the center of making sure that us as South Africans get comfort that those interests are shut outside. The major issues of IEC are at the operations level. We appreciate the presentation. Now, sometimes, Chair, in this country, I always say this, and people don't pay attention on it. We professional and good on paper strategies and tactics and risk management and everything, performance, how we're going to do this and how we're going to do this. But when it comes into operations of the matter, we failed completely to live up to the expectation. That's what happens as well on the IEC. The presentation on the strategic plan and the performance plan for the IEC for 2026, 27, and 29 is highly excellent. The worry again is when the IEC start to hire these temporal staff. Some of them that will be linked to political parties, some of them that will be linked to some unions, that dampers and taint the image of the IEC. IEC needs to look at, number one, transparency, redeeming its image, and making sure that the people it brought into temporarily to assist them in voter running are credible people, trusted people, and people that are not going to compromise this very important mission that is carried by the IEC. We know for sure that the voter education of the IEC was poor. From, again, the experience of the 2026 election, we saw something strange, the change within the last minute of informing people that that were going to vote anywhere as long as they've registered upfront that I will be transiting, I will be moving from this province due to my work, police, soldiers, VIP protectors, and many other more. They were unable to vote. Why? Because the IEC, we were under the impression that the voter education of the IEC to say you will vote anywhere as long as you register upfront. People register upfront, but people were shut on voting wherever they are. These are major concerns that the IEC is not supposed to do on the last minute. As an emphasis that the IEC is a heartbeat of making or breaking this country when it comes to political situation. So the IEC is responsible for bringing the stability and the settling of the country's operation by the way it works and the way it operates. So it needs to up its standard, make sure that whatever it does, the transparency is up to scratch. Everything. Secondly, the feedback on complaints that most political parties submitted on the IEC were totally not satisfactory. So IEC, on your planning, strat plan again for the upcoming elections, you need to look at this way you're handling the complaints and the resolve of the complaints by political parties when they have issues about the way some of the voting have been handled. On all the glitches, make sure that you sit them down, these find a system that is very much receptive to those political parties. People in the time of elections, Chairperson, they invest all of their lives in these things. Their resources, their money, everything in the politics of this South Africa, in the politics happening of South Africa. So we request IEC to be open enough with the complaints, entertainment, and transparency, because that's where the major issues are at a very critical moment where we have glitches of the ICT systems. And when we ask for the transparency, the explanation of all those things, there's no explanation. It's just a waffling and a simple waffling of saying, no, it was just a small items. That's where the crux of the matter happens. The IEC must be highly transparent, and as well, the critical moment that we even emphasize on the IEC. The reason why these things actually, some of them are a repetition of the things we will raise when the IEC present its report of the 2024 provincial and national election. It will be repetition because why? We told the IEC about these shortcomings on the capturing, that you go when voting on the IEC and do everything and submit and sign off on the voting station and be happy and then put the ballot papers.
Honorable Guban, I want to protect you.
Yes.
Just on this matter.
Yes.
You may need to decide whether you want to deposit that function in the next meeting when we deal with the report as you've outlined.
Correct.
Yeah, without losing some of the issues you've raised that the commission may need to respond. I'm just cautioning you as you just on that part.
Yeah. No, that's correct, Chair. Thanks for that, Chair. But it's important, Chair, to raise them because remember, these plans that the IEC are presenting, it's the plans that they're saying they're going to implement in the upcoming election, and they need to be aware of it as well. Especially, Chair, on my last closing is on the capturing. Please, can the IEC try to up the game in transparency on the whole voting systems from start to beginning? There mustn't be the spaces of the IEC where it's a no-go area. No one knows what's happening. Because we raised with the IEC that on the capturing, that's where the issues are happening. Now, with this planning that the IEC is doing for the upcoming election, they need to assist the public, the South African public, to say, yes, we've heard your cries here and here. Yes, we've seen our shortcomings here and here. And this is how we are planning to close the gap so that the complaints and the shortcomings that we we were given by the voters and no longer happening again. So I think that's all from me, Chair. It's important, Chair, that we raise these issues because they need to be addressed even in the report that is upcoming, even on the next election. As I said, IEC, you are the heartbeat. You are a do or die of the lives of the people of this South Africa. Everything that is happening around them taken for a ride, even on the service delivery, it sits with you because people want to help and assist South Africans to live better lives, but they can't live better lives when the heartbeat of the South Africa is dysfunctional. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Matapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also greet my colleagues and also welcome the revised plan of the IEC. To be honest, Chair, political parties has lost confidence in the IEC. Surely they can hear from the submissions of the members. And I've got a problem with the words that are being used, which is free and fair, transparency and ethical. From what I've observed, theory versus practical is very difficult to comprehend versus the experience on the ground is shocking, Chair. I want to go to the decline in voter turnout. The members has expressed at length and coming to home visits. Chair, there's a huge problem there, which I want to bring under the attention of the IEC. There's a huge manipulation, intimidation of our elderly people that is rife, and it is infringed on their democratic right. Because I'm going to ask IEC to give attention. It's really a major concern, Chair, that the elders are really scared to go out or to vote in their houses, let alone to go out, to vote in their houses. The intimidation happened in their houses. So, Chair, getting to the business of the day, I would just like to pose a few questions to the IEC. The first question would be, what specific measures are in place to prevent ballot tampering, double voting, or ghost voters? Are elections observers, domestic and international, given unrestricted access to monitor all stages of the election? The other question would be, Chair, what safeguards are implemented to protect the voter management system and results transmission from hacking or manipulation? And then the next question would be, Chair, is the voter roll regularly audited? And can political parties or the public access it for verification? And what is the process for tallying, verifying, and announcing results to prevent alteration? How are electoral officers and temporary staff selected to prevent bias or partisan influence? What training is provided to ensure officials adhere to the electoral laws and neutrality? How does the IEC handle allegations of intimidation, bribery, or interference by political actors? That is my submission, Chair. I thank you. Hello? Yeah. Hello?
Honorable Matapo.
Yes, was my submissions captured, Chair?
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mutambi, that will be the last comment.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister, the members of the Commission led by the Chairperson. and to the colleagues. I think I want to join Honorable Modise to welcome the presentation by the Commission. And in so doing, Chair, I'm mindful of also to accept the fact that we are going to deal with the report on the election outcomes in July, Chair. Then I'll reserve my right to speak on those matters based on the fact that we are still going to engage with the Commission. Then I want to first talk on Program 3, outreach. In particular, I want to deal with the issue of managing the IEC reputation chairperson. In line with the document submitted. But before I do that, I want to get clarity from the chairperson of the commission with regard to the status of its deputy chairperson. Is he on duty performing a function, or what is the status on that? Because we are all aware that she has been appearing in the commercial crime court. If I'm not mistaken, the case is also postponed to the 9th of July 2025. So I just want to understand what has been her status since she's been appearing in court in line with the code of conduct of the commissioners of the commission. I'm raising this, chairperson, whether the commission has informed the president as an appointing authority also, and you as a chairperson, because if my memory serves me well, with regard to this issue that affect the deputy chairperson. I'm also raising it because the Electoral Act is very clear that in particular sections 8 of the Electoral Act, that the commission has to be to have a chairperson and a vice chairperson is appointed by the president. Also to say that has the commission ever then alerted the president to initiate the provisions of section 7.3 of the same act that includes new chairperson? This is the feedback that I want to get from the commission now that the majority of the commissioners are in this meeting. I think they can alert us to that effect, in particular the status. Is she still working? What is happening? I think that information is very important, including the fact that the commission being confronted with such a situation, what has the commission done to inform Parliament and the relevant appointing authority, that is the president? That's the question that I wanted to ask first, Chair. Then also on the same item on Program 3, Chair, there's the issue around issue of the outreach, and then also they talk about conducting research on electoral trends. I think maybe, Chair, as and when they come to present to us on that issue of the report of the election, maybe if they can then share with us the details, because I'm raising it in line with what the colleagues has raised in relation to the voter apathy. In relation to the voter apathy, I think, especially now also that we are going to local government elections, I want to also understand from them what strategy, with the local government election, you can see it with the by-elections that are happening across the country. There's a low voter turnout throughout the country. So, because this is the strategy plan that also have to address this issue, to say what more strategies have the commission put in place. I want to understand in particular the innovative measures that the commission is going to put to reverse this trend of traditionally lower voter turnout in local government as compared to national and provincial elections. So this is the matter that it also shown a trend in the 2019 elections, but I should think the report that they're also going to provide to us will be able to deal with that. Then also, I've seen that the Commission has reported that it has successfully intercepted and thwarted the cyber attacks in the recent election. And then the Commission remains vigilant to the cyber threats, including hacking. Maybe for them to share with us the type of the cyber attacks that they experience and whether they have got a cyber security strategy that talks to this. And then also, what is their contribution as the Commission to the national cyber security framework of the country? That's the matter that I also want to hear from the Commission. Chair, I would also like to understand the cost-containing measures that the Commission is going to implement, and given the fact that it's towards the preparation of the local government elections, I want to understand what are these cost containment measures and the impact they will have on the work of the Commission. Chairperson, having said that, Chair, I also want to have an understanding when it comes to program for party funding liaison. It's in the plans that the Commission is going to initiate investigations on 80% of valid complaints received. Is there a rationale behind that you only investigate 80% of the valid complaints that you have received? And then that you have received, and I also want to understand whether the Commission has got the capacity. Do they do it in-house or it's an outsourced function? That way they will hire private people to do the work. These are the issues that I wanted to raise, but also to understand also the capacity that they have in relation to this issue of the investigation of and then also for them to share with us the sanctions that they might have imposed for those parties that have failed to disclose. Are the actual sanctions that they can break about to tell us to say party X was found wanting for no disclosure, and these are the consequences management that we've implemented. So, Chairperson, those were the issues that I felt I need to seek clarity on. And thanks so much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi and all honorable members, on the issues you have raised and recommendations. And I think you have labored in all matters that one could have raised. The first one, I think Commissioner Miebza, she had wanted to say one of your commissioners who is involved. I think the title is not the deputy chair, but I think you'll clarify more when you deal with that. I have only 3 issues just to labor on what Reverend Misho has raised in terms of the parties that are receiving funds, and it appears to have put in allegations on the public space. But I want to write on the unrepresented political parties that are registered with the Independent Electoral Commission, and they did not make it to both the provincial legislature and the National Assembly or Parliament, but they're still receiving funds and still registered with the IEC. I wanted to check what are the mechanisms in place, because that also can be another function or will of money laundering in terms of unaccountability of these unrepresented political parties which are in good standing. So what are the areas, mechanism in place to deal with that issues? The CFO, I think I'll also want to request you to labor more in terms of the expenditure flow. If you check 2022 and 2022, 2023, and 2025, 2026, in relation to activities of the election and the various of the expenditure there. So if you can labor more on that. I think the experience, what we have learned, Commissioner Miepza, is that part of the weaknesses have been identified, and I think in the next presentation we'll deal more on that, is the lack of training of your staff who are facilitating elections in the VDs. And I wanted to check in terms of the reports, what are the mechanism put in place as we're moving towards local government elections, maintaining training, but also understanding processes that are undertaken by the institution to assist or facilitate the election. I think we have noticed that in some of the VDs, you find a person that you have hired there, she or he unable to interpret or to assist a voter or even understand the legislative process of what she or he must do in relation to conducting or facilitating the election. What are the measures and the lessons that they might have learned, and so that we proceed to the local government election? So those are some of the issues that, or the last point is on the your ICT system. I think there's an area of discomfort in relation to your last elections, that there were challenges on the ICT, and I wanted to get a sense from the IEC whether you associated with the SITA in relation to your functioning of the IEC. We'll now invite the CFO, or let me invite the CEO. You'll apportion delegation in terms of responses. There are questions that all members of the committee have raised, and then we'll then end up with the Commissioner Miepza, and then you allocate a delegation in terms of responses. Then we'll note the report and proceed to the next presentation. CEO?
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me at the outset say that we really welcome these questions, and we also welcome the comments that are made. We appreciate them. We take them to be intended to improve our electoral democratic experience as a country. So that's the spirit in which we receive these questions and comments. But before I'm going to allow Mr. Shuburi to deal with the electoral matters components, and then Mr. Mosri will deal with the outreach components, and then Mr. Mahlangu will deal with the party funding related issues, and then the CFO will deal with the funding issues. But before I hand over to colleagues, I think it is necessary that we say the following. That in our estimation, the IEC is performing its functions as it should. Of course, that does not mean the IEC is a perfect institution. It is not, and that's not the claim we're making. But it is equal to the mandate that is granted to it in terms of the Constitution, as well as the various statutes passed by this Parliament. There are a number of challenges which we will deal with when we present the elections report in July. But we've got to be alive to the fact that the elections will be as good as the environment in which they happen. One cannot expect to have a perfect election in an environment where there are certain anomalies. And I'll point a few. We had unprecedented litigation related to the past election, which had huge implications for our logistical preparedness. We had challenges to the amendments that this Parliament has made. Those challenges came very late in December of 2023, at a point where we were finalizing the result system. The court came very late and made changes regarding signatures and related things. Those things had huge implications for the systems that had to be changed, and so on. So, but we will deal with those issues, as I said, in the session that we will have in July. The question that Member Mtambi raised about cybersecurity and the types of threats. The biggest threats that we were able to deal with related to attempts for denial of service. So what we call DDoS attacks. They were heightened in the day following the election, around the 31st, up to about the 2nd of June, where people with a malfeasant intention were trying to ensure that there's a denial of service. They attack the system such that people who were meant to receive the service from our systems could be could not receive it. So we're able to deal with that. Again, we will deal with it. So, Chair, through your permission, I want to ask Shibori to deal with the electoral operations issues, Mosri to deal with the outreach-related issues, and George to deal with party funding, CFO to deal with the finances. And then if there's anything residual, I'll deal with it before I hand over back to you to give to the chair of the commission, if that is acceptable. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shibori.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I will deal with the responses in a thematic fashion and not go wait for it with the members of the committee. The first theme deals with whether there are any legislative changes ahead of the next election, and that to that end, do we have a roadmap that will assist this committee to process those changes in time. The view of the Commission was that in order to procure maximum stability, it was minded not to propose any legislative changes ahead of LGE 2026. However, following debriefings and review of the elections and given the challenges related to the administration of by-election, it is unavoidable in the view of the Commission that there will be amendments that are necessary to be occasioned in order to increase the chances of those elections being free and fair. So in that context, Chair, as requested by the Portfolio Committee, we will, when we table the election report, also propose areas in which we will revert with legislative changes. Key among those will be to Section 15 to the Electoral Act, which deals with objections to the voters' roll. In other words, the ability of citizens to enjoy their political rights in an ensuing election. The second theme, Chair, deals with areas around electronic voting. And here again, the Commission is acutely aware that technology is never neutral. So the choice of technology that the Commission will propose to the country must be such that it facilitates maximum access to the vote for all the social milieus in the country. In other words, it should not accentuate the divide between those who have, those who do not. It should not accentuate the divide between the rural and the urban. It should not accentuate the divide between those who are literate and those who are illiterate. So in short, our outreach program to receive views will go into all those social settings, rural, urban, because the nature of the technology that you can deploy in those social settings will be varied. Those who are illiterate and those who are illiterate. So in short, our outreach program will solicit views from all sectors of the South African population. The third theme related to the role of SAPS on voting day and activities permissible in and around voting stations. At the outset, it is worth repeating the obvious, and that is the safety and law enforcement remains, even on voting day, the responsibility of the South African police services. Within the boundary of a voting station, SAPS members there act in most instances at the request of our presiding officers to maintain order. However, it doesn't mean that if a crime occurs within the boundaries of a voting station, a SAPS member stationed at that station can act on their initiative. Similarly, the role of the presiding officer extends only to areas within the vicinity of a voting station. In other words, is the conduct of parties in a manner that is a nuisance to voters? In other words, can voters gain direct access into a voting station without going through gazebos and tents and chairs? And beyond that, a presiding officer has no role as it relates to any other criminal or unlawful activity outside the perimeters of the voting station. In the spirit that the CEO has said in opening for questions, we will then take this matter up again with us SAPS colleagues to reinforce that messaging. The next area, Chair, dealt with transparency in election. And this implicates a number of operational areas. One is as follows, is that the result collation process, it is not factually accurate to conclude that there are areas of the result collation process that are shrouded in secrecy. One, we count at the voting station, produce result slips in the presence of party agents. Party agents may countersign those result slips. They may also make images of those result slips. Thereafter, an announcement is made at that voting station by way of pasting a duplicate of the result at the door or on the fence of that voting station as a public announcement of the result at that voting station. The second duplicate of the copy of the result slip is then transported in tamper-evident envelopes to a local storage facility. Once it is captured into our system, parties have access to that result slip via an API or via the computers that we make available at results capturing sites or at the ROC to call up a result for each voting station, compare it with the result as they would have received it from their party agents, and if there are discrepancies, to raise those issues in the issue tracker for us to investigate and to resolve. The mere fact that there are differences between a result completed at the voting station and a result that is captured in the system is not evidence of malefice. It is perfectly correct that the result could leave a voting station completed incorrectly, where 1 + 1 was something other than 2, and we can't fit that into the result system. But in all instances, the original copy of the result that has left the station will always be on the system, followed by all subsequent results that have been captured onto the results. The second area of transparency relates to the recruitment of staff. The Commission, together with the National Party Liaison Committee, derives a recruitment criteria against which staff, at least the 3 key staff members at the voting station are recruited in order to avoid persons who may have political linkages or those who may not act in an impartial manner. Once we've derived that criteria, we recruit people against the criteria. And ahead of a registration weekend, ahead of an election, the Commission provides to the municipal party liaison committees the names of 3 key staff in each station for parties to raise objections. And in all instances where parties have been able to support their objections, the Commission has removed those persons, blacklisted their ID numbers so that they should not return in whatever role in the administration of results. The next theme dealt with voter registration, and the question was, what occasioned the reduction in the target? And that can be explained as follows. In a year in which we do not have election, we have a phenomenon that we call a net decline on the voters' roll. In other words, the rate of new registrations can reverse the decline of voters on the roll owing to mortality. We estimate that we lose on average between 30 and 40,000 persons from the roll every month owing to death. So in the period where we do not have voter registration weekends ahead of an election, the voters' roll has a net decline. And when we have huge events, we must first reverse the decline, re-register new voters in order then to increase the roll. So it would not be proper planning with that knowledge to persist with putting numbers that are not achievable in the strategic plan. Another area related to voter registration is that, unpalatable as it is, longitudinal research points to 2 things. One, increasingly voters, especially young voters, tell us that there are no administrative barriers to registering as voters. They tell us that they know how to register and to be on the voters' roll. But the big question that they ask us is, why should we register when we do not intend to vote? And they tell us they do not intend to vote because they have lost respect in key political institutions, which includes government and political parties. What is it that we are doing? 2-pronged strategy. One is to increase our ability to have conversations with the voting public or with citizens. First, to understand their misgivings. Secondly, to have concrete discussions with them to still rekindle the belief in the value of a vote as an agent for effecting change if they think that the change is due, or as a mechanism to reappoint governments wherever those obtain. And once you've had those meaningful engagement, that is then supported by the voter registration drives that Mr. Mosdre will speak of from an outreach perspective. The last category dealt with the replacement of elected representatives in the National Assembly and or provincial legislatures. Just to record that the scheme in Schedule 1A of the Electoral Act has not changed. The law is as it was. And in any event, the replacement of those representatives do not engage the responsibility of the Commission. However, the Commission has convened together with the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures a working session to look at the administration and the replacement of representatives to see if there are any refinements necessary to the scheme, mindful that the Commission has no role beyond handing over the list of persons who have been declared elected to the Chief Justice. The last point was on special votes. The rate of special vote increases with each election. For the last election, we stood at about 13% of all votes, that 7% of all votes that were cast by way of special vote. Again, there we own up, and the election report will also indicate that we own up to some of the challenges that we experienced. One of the big challenges was that when we printed the list of persons approved by special votes, those lists followed an order that was not alphabetical, and so they were random. And when people arrived at voting stations, it proved a challenge to identify those persons on the approved list of special votes. We are dealing with those things. We are happy that we are able to deal with special votes, both the application as well as the administration. A conversation that we must have with parties, honestly, is while we accept that there are persons who, without the assistance of family members or political parties, would not be able to access the vote by way of special vote. Parties have demonstrably abused the system by applying for special votes for persons unbeknown to them. And when you get to a home, a person tells you, I'm elderly, but I want to go to a voting station and vote there. I did not apply for a special vote. So we're looking at mechanisms to tighten that in a manner that still strikes a judicious balance between protecting the freeness and fairness of an election, but also facilitating assistance to persons who would ordinarily, without that assistance, not being able to access the right to vote. That concludes the areas, Chair, that I had to deal with. I yield to the Chief Electoral Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Shiburi. Mr. Mosdre.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions. There's probably just 5 areas where I need to provide responses to. First is voter turnout. We confirm for the members and the committee that we conduct research, and we have 2 parts of broad research that has been conducted over a number of years. The first part We call it voter participation. It gives us the voters' views on whether they intend to participate or not participate. If they are not participating and withdrawing, what could be the reasons thereof. This particular research also gives us trends of voter participation over a number of years. This has been running for over 20 years, and we can see a trend of a decline in voter turnout, whether it's national elections or local government election. And largely that relates to a number of socio-economic issues that we deal with in more details in the report. But as a highlight, it would be dissatisfaction with performance of government. Secondly, it would be dissatisfaction or difficulty of the life they live as citizens in the country. So there's a lifestyle issue that comes up in a big way, and consequently, it questions the value of continued participation. So that's a common one. That is outside other issues that honorable members have mentioned of declining trust, confidence in state structures and state apparatus. So we have that as a particular longitudinal study that we can look into over a period of time. And indeed, it is issues that most are outside the remit of the Commission. However, we do not abdicate our responsibility to continue to motivate for participation by citizens. The specific study that relates also to young voters we conducted in May 2023, where we seek to find young voters that had no intention of participation in the 2024 election. And that specific mini report of that research is also available, but also incorporated in our voter participation report. And when we have time, Chairperson, we will be able to probably come back and give that study in a bit more detail. But young voters had two major issues. Similarly to the general trend of dissatisfaction with the socioeconomic life, the secondary trend was secondary reason was that they were not sure with the information that they have, not so much about how they participate, but why it is important to vote. What makes a good citizen, and particularly our voter education drive for the 2024 elections was aligned with the findings of that research. So in a broader response to the question of voter turnout, we are not dealing with one singular factor to improve voter turnout. We're dealing with multiple factors, and together with various state actors as well as the broader citizenry of the country, we have to work together as part of the voter promotion, voter participation promotion in the country. The second broad area, Chair, is voter education, what we've done, and in particular slanted towards the youth. There was an acknowledgement of the work we do with basic education. And then there was a recommendation that we do some work with higher education. I confirm, Chair, that we are doing work with higher education. Every beginning of the year, we have what we call activation in campuses of higher education, which includes TVET colleges, universities, and others. And the focus there is on a new registration of students and focusing on them being registered on the voters roll of their campus, whether there is an election in that year of their first registration, but a campus becomes their place of residence for the number of years that they will be in that program. And in focusing on that, we are this year talking of introducing what we call champions from the second half of this year, where we will be activating almost on a monthly basis at these tertiary platforms programs to promote voter participation, voter registration as well on these platforms. We have produced a number of material that are focused on young people. And one of the most recent ones was 30 Years of Democracy cartoon booklet that Basic Education is just doing a final review on, which will then be distributed for those at high school and would be going into tertiary. The change in our voter education programs was largely influenced by the experience of 2019 plus the COVID environment. And what we've done is to move more towards digital platforms as means to communicate more educational information for our young voters. Also, from research we do, we are told that they are always mostly on their chatbots or on such digital platforms. And if we catch them, they will be able to pass on more educational messages. And the increase in the budget allocation was aligned with the new direction we were taking into digital platforms. And most of the materials we've developed there is usable over a period of time, is not one election specific. We crafted it and developed it in such a way that it can be reused and reused over the years. And that's what increased our budget allocation. But added to that, with all the changes that we had for the 2024 election, beginning in 23, we had to add more areas to educate on. Specifically, we spent time in August 23 to October talking about what would change in the election coming, which was 2024 election. And those focus on legislative changes about independence, about Section 24A, and we focused on them over a 3-month period. And that had an impact, and we requested additional allocation, which we see to increase the allocation. So basically what you see as a decline in allocation, it's not really a decline. It acknowledges the different approach that was taken in 23 to 24, owing to the new developments or change in the environment. The third area, Chair, is stakeholder engagement. Specific question was around international community and what work we do there. Chair, first, we are in this space to collaborate and work with other electoral management bodies. It is work of association, learning from each other, providing technical support to each other, and we work in that space. But also we participate in the global entities to encourage fair and professional election management in our democracies. And some of the institutions we associate with, one at a certain level, we call it the Electoral Commission Forum of SITA. We also at an international level a member of AWEB. Members of the portfolio committee and leaders of parties are aware that at some point we became the world chairperson of AWEB, and we were able to provide leadership and direction there. We also are a key member of International IDEA, which does a lot of research work and write-ups on the best election management processes and frameworks. We also have responded to requests to the country to provide technical support to other countries. And DERCO approaches us on that, and we work with them to provide that technical support. There are also a number of electoral management bodies who visit South Africa to learn from us on how we manage certain aspects of elections, and that is part of that stakeholder engagement. Some of the
Mr. Mostre?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, CEO, let me advise that some of the detail, if they're still outstanding, we will give the opportunity in the first, when we are going to deal with the provincial and national election report. I'm raising this because we're still going to engage with Mr. Mahlangu, CFO, and the chair or commissioners, and also move to a second last report that the minister must introduce. And mind you that there's a 3-line whip at 2 o'clock. Members may need to call in. Some may be participating, I think. So just wrap up, Mr. Mostre. I just want to deposit that question. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance. 2 more issues. One was on misinformation, disinformation. We've done some work here. We've created a framework, but practically we sought to collaborate with the tech companies, and we have agreements in place. Secondly, we collaborate with civil society. And thirdly, we collaborate with other state entities to assist us to track, monitor disinformation. I think a matter to leave with the members of the committee is to worry about the sources of misinformation and disinformation. And in that, the more contestants speak negatively of the only body we have as a country to manage elections, it compromises how well we manage this space. So there's a bit of dialogue and discussion that we need to do, because we do know that it is political contestants who contribute to this as a source of disinformation. We also know that it is an unregulated environment for people to air their views and their perceptions about the electoral process. So that's the work we are doing there. There's a bit more, but with the limitations of time, I stop there. Election observers was my last area, Chair. We accredit them, and once accredited, they have access to the full spectrum of the electoral process. And that's where we might want to talk more about transparency in elections, and that might be a matter of another engagement. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mostre. Mr. Mahlangu?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to members of the committee. Chair, before I respond to these 4 questions, let me say, at all times, we endeavor to operate within the confines, of the law. Whether it's weak or strong, we take the cue from the law. The first question was on the international funding, the transparency element of it. The law as it stands, it puts the responsibility on the political party and the donor to declare the donations made to it, to the commission. So whether that was by design or not, we can't say, but that's what the law provides. And subsequent to that question, Member Moshe raised the publication of international donations declared. On quarterly basis, we do publish these donations which were declared to us by the political party. And on annual basis, we file the political funding annual report with Parliament. So our business will be in that report of what we have done, in the year that would be under review. The second question was on the consequences on non-declarations. This law provides for a schedule of offenses. So meaning that if a political party transgresses a particular section, the schedule of offense will give us direction that if you have transgressed this provision, these are the penalties that are supposed to be meted against the transgressor. And I can confirm that in the 21-22 financial year, there were more than 480 political parties that were fined, both represented and unrepresented. So we do fine political parties through the electoral court, the parties that transgress the law. The third question was on the rationale. How did we arrive at the 80%? I think the CFO made an emphasis that this will be the 80% of the complaints that met the requirements of the law. Information that is on the social media about who has done or that are not deemed as complaint made to the commission. Therefore, we define the complaints that are made to us as a formal complaint, which will be supported by prima facie evidence, which is what the law provides for. That when you have information that you strongly believe that a particular political party has transgressed the law or they have received donation that has not been declared, approach the chief electoral officer with evidence, and then that matter will be attended to in terms of the law. So the 80% will be those that will be deposited with the commission with prima facie evidence. And the last question was around the registered unrepresented political parties, that they may not declare this information to the commission. I think this is linked to the first question of the international funding, that the law places the responsibility on the political party to inform us. In an event where they do not, the likelihood of us knowing whether the donation was made or not may be removed. And in terms of capacity, we have appointed a panel of investigators. In an event where a case or a complaint has been raised with the chief electoral officer and it meets the requirements of the law, we will then request one of the companies in the panel to take upon that investigation on our behalf. Thank you very much, Chair and CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've clustered some of them where there's a common element in terms of the question. Let me start with the question, why did we have 1.4 billion expenditure or 2.23, and what was happening there if it was a non-election year? I just want to go back to what I had initially said. When we prepare for the election, it's more or less an 18-month project. We are project-based and we try to do the planning before. Where we can prepare, where we can procure goods and services well in advance, we do that to the best of our ability, and also on the timing when the retained surpluses are really approved by National Treasury, which could be between 31st of July to the end of September. Now, if we can then zone in on that year, what happened in that year? We had 120 by-elections. We continued with our CDE events, which is about 50,000. We still had to look at ICT system-related expenditure, which was more on the enhancement and maintaining of our system. Also keep in mind, there's certain costs that are fixed by nature of the work that we do. We have more than 250 offices all around the country, local, as well national, as well as provincial spheres of government, which are fixed costs that we do need to maintain. So the fact that we're in a non-election year does not make the operations dormant. Actually, if you were to come in the background, there's a lot that happens from an operation side that requires investment and money. Now, Chairperson, you then asked the question, what is happening within the subsequent years and what informs those numbers? Again, the emphasis of looking at the 18-month period that we look at. If you look at the year 2023, where we asked the question about 1.4, you'll note the subsequent year is actually 2 registration weekends. And when we start planning for that is also the year before. The subsequent year is also informed that it's an NPE election. So all those pick up cost as a result of activities and the operations coming to life to those different election events. So I think it's very important. You can never coldly look at the IEC numbers and say everything needs to be straight line. You need to go in at a project level and to say, at that point in time, what is the organization preparing for? What are the funds available based on approval of the retained surpluses that have been saved, that they are now starting to commit in? Now, the next question that was asked related to that one is cost containment. Two honorable members asked the questions on cost containment, the ones on logistics, and then the one was broadly on cost containment. So I'll take them both. One, when it comes to cost containment, National Treasury does give us guidance. What we do then is we implement policies, we develop policy, we do have a compliance unit that ensure those cost containment measures are adhered to. But the biggest drive that we do as an organization is that we actually try and do the procurement early based on available resources and subject to approval of retained surpluses. So that's the best way we manage those costs. Procuring earlier ensures that we've got more bidders coming through and showing interest in our bid. We also ensure that more people are coming in, allowing us for better negotiation and price. Vis-a-vis, if we were to, for example, start preparing or starting to procure for items that are logistic related close to election, you're going to find that suppliers are going to take advantage because they know you are desperate, so you need their products. So we start early. It helps us to manage the cost in that way. And that's just not logistics, but around all the projects. If I then can move to the next question. The next question was regarding the head office. If I leave something, I'll ask the CEO to top it up. I must emphasize the current occupation of the IEC with the national office is a valid lease. The extension of that lease was done with due process that was followed. We did, with the last extension, we did approach National Treasury. The extension was approved in terms of the applicable legislations and National Treasury's regulations, so it's a valid lease. Then the commission, following due process, also then went out to look at what is the option and what would be viable in terms of the IEC's procurement of a permanent home. We did do this exercise with GTEC. There's a lot of consultation also with National Treasury because yes, there's one intention to buy, but we also needed funds. So there's a lot of discussion on also securing the adequate funds. To date, we do have a resolution. To date, we are in market with the tender. The tender has been out for 3 months because of the complexity of this procurement. And we are looking to close the tender round about the end of July. So that process is underway. Then lastly, if I haven't forgotten, the question was asked by one of the members, isn't artificial intelligence a risk? It is a risk. The risk that the CEO upfront discussed, it's not all of them, it's some of them. As a minimum, we've got 7 strategic risks that we have. But the one key thing and the reason why we also have risk register at a strategic level is because the risk environment and the risk exposure is always evolving depending on the timing and where we are in terms of our election process. So to safeguard ourselves in terms of these emerging risks and how it impacts us as an institution, we've made this a strategic risk. And we review it on a quarterly basis. So it's not just a copy and paste. We sit down, we interrogate, and then we say, at this point in time, what is the risk that is applicable? So for now, yes, the AI is a risk. But as the election period comes closer, this risk also compounds, and its rating then brings it also up at a higher level. So that thing to answer that. So I hope I've answered all the questions, CF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Is there any other thing, CEO, before we invite the commissioners?
No, indeed, Chair. Let's yield to the chairperson of the commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Mieto.
Chairperson and members, thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, I want to deal with about 4 issues really broadly. One is just to thank you and the members. The questions that have been asked were rigorous and questions that we must welcome. But it is important to say that some of those questions really want us to think about a process, and I will make a proposal in that respect. Let me deal with the issue you and Honorable Mutambi raised, which is a matter that is fairly in my court. The issue concerning a member of the commission that is currently undergoing court processes. That matter we have dealt with both with the Speaker of the National Assembly, updating them in terms of what we have done as the commission, where the issue is at, and the participation of the affected member in terms of the decisions of the commission currently. I want to indicate that we have had discussions with the member concerned, all of us as commissioners, and have dealt with the issues that arise in terms of the legislation, particularly in particular Section 10 of the Electoral Commission Act, that highlights conflicts where conflicts may arise, and we reached an arrangement in terms of the law where the member of the commission is not currently participating in the decisions of the commission. That arrangement has been brought to the attention of the Speaker, as I indicated, but also the state president. We continue to update them on those arrangements, and that's where the matter is at. I can deal with this matter, Chair, if there are any issues arising. But I do want to point out that given that this is a matter before the court, we are satisfied as the commission that we are dealing with that matter responsibly and in terms of the law. The second issue that I want to deal with is to say broadly, really, that democracy is a matter that is receiving headwinds across the world, not just in our country, it's across the world. How that relates to us in our country, we have indicated how we deal with in terms of research that we do before elections and research that we do during an election. And I do want to say, Chair, this is an area I think, and given the questions that have come out today, I think members of parliament and members of the committee may want to reflect, and you, Chair, may want to reflect as to whether we should not be spending time to look at what that report told us and how it has manifested for real in last year's elections. We are going to do a similar research and publish its findings ahead of the local government elections, and it will inform our preparations and those that the political parties will be undertaking. Because we have found that in the past, the research was spot on, their findings did in fact manifest, but these are matters that each one of us as stakeholders in the electoral process need to pay attention to, particularly the issue of satisfaction with electoral democracy overall and political parties in particular. That is not an issue we are trying to apportion blame or we're trying to run away from, but I think it's an issue that may need our engagement. The third issue, and most importantly, we do not take it for granted what members raise and what other electoral stakeholders raise in regard to the work we do. You would have very clearly seen that this strategic plan is not only a product of some technocrats sitting in a corner putting things together. We have included even parties represented in parliament because we work on a regular basis with the political liaison committee, which represents each of the parties present here today. I think I must say that the number of issues that I have noted here suggests that, and I do want to say to the CEO, this is an issue we need to raise in our PLCs, but I also want to raise it here. There appear to be issues that are raised by members that are in the PLC or have been dealt with the PLC, but they do not appear to be reflected in the discussions we have had here. I give an example. The issue of how we recruit staff, the issue of how we improve transparency in elections, the issue of what we plan in terms of our systems, who develops them, and so on. So these are issues that are open, they are discussed in our PLCs, and we take it for granted that they do get back to political parties, and therefore members would be aware. But I am not going to take it for granted if it is necessary for us to have a session with members of parliament, and particularly this committee. I would be the first one to say it would be very useful. The last thing I wanted to raise, Chair, is that there are a number of issues in relation to legislation, political funding, and so on and so forth. In respect to legislation, I confirm and want to reaffirm the clarity provided by Mr. Shiburi. We were minded not to deal with any amendments, but we have by-elections literally every week. In this week, we have 9 objections based on Section 15. And it is the view of the Commission that in the main, almost all of them deal with matters that simply do not comply with the law, but raise a question of understanding or simplification of aspects of the law and the practice that we need to take into account. And the Commission will be meeting on this Friday, to reflect on senior counsel opinion on options we have to deal with those matters. And to the extent that we may find that it is necessary to approach you, we want to do so expeditiously and in a pointed manner. That's what we seek to do. Chair, I want to pause there. I want to see if there are members of the Commission that want to briefly deal with any other issue that may be residual that we didn't deal with. I want to ask in particular if Commissioner Love, there's an issue on political funding that has arisen last week that is worth pointing out at this meeting in particular. Chair, I pause there, and I would be grateful. There's Commissioner Mashinini, Judge Pillay, and Vice Chairperson Love, if they have a minute to reflect on the discussion as well. I thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Is there any other commissioner who want to? Commissioner Judge Pillay?
Chair, thank you for the opportunity, but perhaps Commissioner Love would like to go before me.
I'm the one who recognized you because I saw your hand.
I beg your pardon.
You're extending the invitation.
Thank you. Just 2 or 3 points. The first, I would like to emphasize the point that the chairperson has made, and that is that the IEC adopts a multi-layered approach to all, if not most of its work. And the reports that we get from the HSRC at some expense to the IEC is not just to build up any justification, but rather to back up any opinions that we might have or any strategies that we might formulate, so that our personal opinions are not dominated in the strategies we adopt, that we have an objective study that backs up our undertakings. And the belts and braces approach is also extended to our electoral machinery. And so for every measure, every step that we take, whether it's registration and the electronic measures that we have for registering as parties or as candidates, there's also a manual system that for our accounting processes, in addition to the physical accounting processes, there's also audits. So at every level, there is a multi-layered checking system. And lastly, on the question of low voting, you might have heard that Italy had an election this year where the voter turnout was so low that they had to annul the elections. It was a non-election. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Judge Pillay. Commissioner Love, Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson, and also thanks for the earlier clarification of the member in terms of the designation of the commissioner who she was asking about. But the only thing that I wanted to propose is that, in line with what the chairperson has said, I do think there are a number of things that are raised in terms of the party liaison committee, which are not only relevant for this portfolio committee to be aware of, but in a way that on a more general level for society as a whole to be clearer about. So, for example, the fact of being aware that the expansion staff, the voting station staff, can be reviewed and looked at and so on. And so maybe when we are having the meeting with the portfolio committee about NPE 2024, this is something that we can look at in more detail and how we take that forward. Thank you, Chair. That was my only point. Sorry, Chairperson. The chair of the commission had asked me to talk a bit about the party funding issue. I do think that we are going to come to you with a party funding report. There are critical issues about the extent to which we need to look at both a review of the current legislation, but also of some of the fundamentals around cooperation with other institutions. But I think that there's another time that we need to do that, given your program for today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. We want to propose the following. Normally, when we deal with the issues that require follow-ups, we task our team to pen down more further questions, so that the first thing we meet again, those are the issues you need to deal with. So we'll approach some of the issues that are not being responded. We'll then communicate with the commission and we'll request that when we're going to meet on the 11th to deal with the issue of the NPE, those are the first item that you need to interact with the committee. The second one is that Commissioner Miepta, you are fully aware that the commissioners also, part of the areas they pass through is Parliament through the committee and the Chief Justice consideration by the President. It will appear that will require the detailed report in terms of a highlight, how we have engaged with that matter, so that we members of the committee have details around how you have navigated the space without dealing with the matter which is in court. I think this will assist that in future when there's a matter like this, at least the committee which will be presiding over the Home Affairs or delegated will able to refer to the issues that you should have dealt with. So I will request that you give us a detailed brief on the stages you have interacted with the matter. I'm fully aware that you have interacted with the Speaker and also the Head of State, but it would be important that the committee has full details on what does it mean on her status in the commission, given the issues that have been dealing with there. Mr. Olamokhale, I'm not sure if there's any other matter you want to raise before
Yes, Chair.
I invite the chair for step off and then the minister to introduce the reports.
Yeah, no, I wanted to come in before the IEC leaves, Chair. Can I proceed?
Yeah, proceed, Olamokhale.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, for this second part. No, I just wanted to say that, Chair, I'm really not satisfied with the responses I'm getting from the IEC, particularly with regard to the issue of the registration of new voters. And it's an issue, Chair, that I think all members of the committee have expressed themselves on, that we really have an issue with this particular thing of low registration and low voter turnout. And I don't think the IEC is doing much in terms of addressing that issue, Chair. And I've raised, it's not the first time that we're raising this issue. I've raised this issue previously, I think immediately after the first sitting we had after the 2024 elections. I've raised this issue. And the response is still the same. We're being told that no, people, it's like they're passing the buck to political parties. And I refuse to accept that, because the IEC is charged, Chair, with this particular responsibility of ensuring that our people are registered to vote. That is the primary, one of the primary functions of the IEC. So, Chair, I'm going to request from you that let us get a report from the IEC on this particular subject. What is it that the IEC is doing, or what needs to be done in order to improve these numbers, Chair? Because our voters roll can't be sitting at 27 million forever. Every time it's around that number, Chair, and it doesn't grow. Why are we not setting a very ambitious target of registering more people, in their millions, at a go, in a one financial year? We set ourselves those kind of targets, Chair. So I'm really not satisfied with the response that I'm getting from the IEC. And it's not the first time. I want to register. It's not the first time, Chair.
Can note it, Commissioner Miet, I will request you to, or the CEO, that we come back on this matter in the manner that I've outlined our approach in our next session. And now that is directly impacting the work that you are going to deal with in the budget vote. We'll request you that to come back to us in the next meeting, just on this item, so that all members are clearer on those issues. Will that be sufficient, Commissioner Miepza, so that we step off this item.
Yeah, quite happy with that. I want to assure Honorable Mukhali that this is a matter that has not escaped the PLC as well, but we will gladly deal with. And this is information we put to you in a plan, not because of thumb sucking. It's seriously undergirded by objective data, and we're quite happy to do as you say, and to answer Honorable Mukhali to his satisfaction. May I say, Chair, that you have skipped Commissioner Mashinini. He is here, perhaps inadvertently so, when you were looking at other members of the Commission, and I would be grateful if you give him an opportunity as well.
Well, I've not skipped him. He didn't raise his hand.
Okay.
I want just to be firm on that.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to raise?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm covered. Thank you.
Okay. No,
Okay.
thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Mebja, thanks very much with all your commissioners, the CEO with all his executive team for having interacted with the committee on the revised strategic plan and APP. And we consider that it will be also be forwarding all the issues that members have raised, and that was outstanding. And we'll labor on them in our next conversation. But we must appreciate the good work that the IEC continue to demonstrate with those issues of concerns that all of us collectively must work towards resolving them. With these words, I want to thank you very much and invite the minister before you leave so that the minister will have a bite and introduce on the matters that we've been discussing and then introduce the government printing works report, including the matter that we have referred for this meeting, presented by the Director General. We're going to adopt the reports on Tuesday next week, all this revised plan, because of a budget vote on the 8th of July. And hence we have taken more time for members to ask questions, to comment, and also allowed more time for the commission, both the commissioners and also the executive led by Ndate Mamabolo to respond. Minister, welcome, and I'm also inviting you to have a summary bite and invite the report on the government printing works and the report that is presented by the Director General. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good afternoon to honourable members and to all officials in the meeting. Yes, Chair, I think we've had a comprehensive engagement now from the IEC side on these various issues. I think we all take note of some of the challenges that have been raised, and I think the discussion on the report as it relates to the 2024 election will be a very helpful and important one. I think the only thing I would add in conclusion on that point, Chair, is just to say that our goal should be to have a better process. I think we must just be all clear that we all have an interest in dealing with issues that affect the experience on election day itself as it pertains to issues and technology, but also we should be very open to dealing with areas of criticism and areas of shortcomings that need to be addressed. So I want to thank the IEC for taking that approach.
I think we're losing.
I do hope that will really be the KPI in 2026 and 2029. To hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, if you can ground off your video, we're losing you, Minister.
Okay, no, let me do that. Let me do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I hope it's stable now.
Yeah, stable now. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So that's all I can really add on that point, Chair. I think let's move then to the other two items you'd like me to just introduce for us. The first one, of course, being the government printing works plan, strategic plan APP for this cycle. Again, like the others, revised in the wake of the budget process and the way that it played out. So an opportunity, I think, is there for GPW to then have refined and engaged on some of the comments that would have come along last time, as well as to basically use the extra time and opportunity to refine its plans. But I think the big question for GPW remains the same as the one we discussed last time when we engaged on the entity. It is really about how does it reposition itself in the context of a rapidly changing environment, a rapidly digitalizing environment. Where does a printer of physical products fit in that changing environment? I think that's the overarching challenge for the institution. And I think then if you drill down into it, in order to get there, there are the issues of culture and change management that are going to be critically important as we move into that environment. So, Chair, I can indicate to you that I think that's really the big thrust for me. The thing that I'm really exercised by is to make sure that we define a new future for GPW, and that is a future that it has the opportunity in this particular period, under this particular strategic plan, to really define and set for itself. Then finally, Chair, on the presentation from Home Affairs, as you said at the beginning, I think it's an extension of our engagement on an area that is really critically important. So I want to thank the committee for raising it, and that's, of course, in the space of IT and technology. It goes without saying, Chair, that our focus being on digital transformation, that these issues are really fundamentally important for us to be able to deliver on that vision. And so the department will go through some of those matters. I think, again, the important overarching point for me is that what we're interested in is resolving problems. So you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting things like system stability, the system going offline, but also access, also the ability for people to actually have more options to go to this, so that they don't have to travel 300 kilometers and stand in long queues. And technology also really holds the key to that. So that's why, as requested by the committee, the department will touch on, again, the issue of kiosks, because that is an opportunity to really expand access to those services. The cooperation with the banks that we've spoken about a lot, to really expand that and to then use that as additional channels. Of course, ending up with digital platforms and enabling mobile phones to provide access to many of these services. But we do have challenges in that space, and I think the department will touch on some of those, as well as the new regulations on SITA that have been gazetted by the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, and how that figures in mapping solutions to many of these challenges. So, Chair, it's really, I think, from my perspective, all about solving problems, all about getting over the hurdles that have held us back. And I think that will be useful to engage on and make sure that we are able to be measured on our ability to actually then overcome those really concrete problems that people have. OTPs that get stuck, queues that don't move, systems that aren't stable. Those are the things that we really want to resolve. So that's the only goal we are pursuing in this process. Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, I think we can hand over, probably GPW first, if I have the agenda correctly. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Minister. I have been requested by Commissioner Miepza that some of these commissioners or staff will need to be requested to be released. You are released, Commissioner Miepza, to this meeting, but those that will remain so that you execute some of the tasks that you are assigned to do. I will invite the Government Printing Works CEO to lead the presentations.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I may ask Secretary to fly it on our behalf.
I will appreciate that. Good day, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also recognize Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs, Chairperson of the IEC, and his CEO and executive. Let me appreciate this opportunity, Chairperson, to have to present the revised strategic plan as well as the revised APP for 2025-26, as well as the budget. Chair, I'd like to indicate that I've got members of EXCO connected to this meeting. I'm going to start with the CFO, Mr. Ian van der Merwe, General Manager Operations Management, Mr. Sihle Ngubane, the General Manager Corporate Services, Ms. Laura Moki, the CIO, Mr. Zweliban Zugiba, the CAE, Ms. Constance Shibambo, as well as the CRO, Mr. Rosano Funzani, and Mr. Kambulo's Director Executive Support. I need to indicate an apology for Mr. Kuben Moodley, who is General Manager Manufacturing and Engineering, who's currently out of the country, but is ably represented by Mr. Thomas Kumalo as Acting General Manager. Chair, I request your permission to co-present this presentation with the CFO. I will then present the first part on the strat plan as well as the APP, and then request through your permission, Chair, to humbly request the CFO to present the budget section, and then we will conclude our presentation. Let me firstly indicate, Chair, that both the revised strategic plan as well as the revised APP, the revised strat plan being that for the MTDP period, as well as the revised APP for 25-26 financial year, were developed based on the consultative sessions. We first presented to the Minister in February the initial draft, and then we had to then refine that document and then submitted the revised strat plan as well as the APP. And those documents at the time were presented to the Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, as well as the executive that was there. And this was primarily to ensure alignment to ministerial priorities. At GPW level, EXCO engaged on the strategic retreat sessions, and then we had a strategic planning session with the staff. And this was also complemented by the bottom-up sessions, which were engaged at the branch level, just to ensure that there's sufficient support and buy-in of the plans themselves. And both the strat plan as well as the APP are aligned to the GPME framework. This is just the presentation overview, Chair. If I'll go to the next slide. We start with the purpose. We are here to present the revised APP strategic plan for 2025-2030, as well as the revised performance plan, annual performance plan for 2025-26, as well as the budget. Honorable Chair, allow me to start with the contribution that we have to the MTDP period and priorities. As a government component, we're located within the Ministry of Home Affairs. We align ourselves to the three key priorities, which are to drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty, and tackle high cost of living, as well as building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So all our projects and plans and programs are linked to that. As our contribution to these priorities, and particularly to provide that form of support, GPW has actually mapped the critical MTDP priorities as well. And we are committing to making sure that we produce the national security documents to citizens and legal foreign nationals, as well as the refreshment of the South African e-passport series in collaboration with the Department of Home Affairs. To that effect, we're going to make sure that 99.9% of the smart ID cards are produced that conform to client specification, the client being DHA in this regard, and then 99.9% of the passports produced that conform to client specifications. In our quest to contribute to the reduction of poverty as well as tackle the high cost of living, we are going to be recruiting unemployed youth, women, and people with disabilities into our establishment, and we will have 100 unemployed young people and women recruited into our developmental programs. The next slide talks to the entire portfolio of the targets that we are going to be implementing throughout the MTDP period. We have the approved internal audit plan which will be implemented in full. And we are going to have a specific focus on business continuity and ensure that by the end of the MTGP period, we have reached stage 5 of our life cycle of the BSM, Business Continuity Management Strategy and Plan. And we're going to make sure that on an annual basis, we track our progress attained and make sure that proper improvements are made to that effect. We will continue to print 99.9% of examination papers as per the needs of the customers. 98.9% of the high security certificates will also be printed in line with what the client requires. We're going to be optimizing the passport dispatch process through automation. And we're going to develop digitally signed barcodes through existing security pilots and products and pilot them using the existing PKI. 98.9% of the government gazettes will continue to be published as required. And throughout the MTF period, we're going to produce 3 digital products and then pilot them accordingly. In our quest to strengthen our own internal controls and improve overall governance, we're going to make sure that over 80% of our audit findings are reduced. And we will continue to engage 24 potential customers in the SADC region and other African countries for business growth. In our quest to reposition GPW to support the capable, ethical, and developmental state, we have engaged in an exercise of revising our organizational models, our business model, as well as the policies and procedures. And part of that will be to develop the GPW Customer Contact Center into a nerve center that will be able to respond appropriately to customer queries, complaints, and compliments. We have a cumulative target of the 10% net profit margin that will have to be achieved throughout the MTGP period. 80% of the workforce will be trained so that we can build an agile force that can embrace technology in line with the workplace skills plan priorities. And as the minister correctly pointed out, change management becomes central to all the initiatives that we put in place. So 100% of the implementation of the change management plan will be implemented. Chair and members may recall that we started this project in the 6th administration, where we had GTEC come to assist us with the development of the strategy, and then we developed the plan which is being implemented. 80% of the gender-based violence and femicide plan will also be implemented. And we're focusing heavily on the ICT maturity within GPW to make sure that we have the ecosystem that is able to support the business. So the ICT maturity assessment plan will be developed over the MTGP and implemented. And as the national key point located at the FISARI, we have to make sure that the National Key Point Act as well as SIPA are implemented to make sure that we improve our security through the management plan that has been developed. And we are going to attain 100% of our new headquarters building and make sure that the staff moves into that building to leave the old dilapidated Bosman Street building. In terms of organizational strategy, this is particularly aligned to the ministerial priorities. We had to revise our strategy to make sure that we respond appropriately to the digital transformation that is actually confronting GPW. Like Minister correctly pointed out, we find ourselves fundamentally challenged. The foundations of printing are being shaken by digital transformation, and GPW has to respond accordingly. The strategy focuses on national identity management, where we're going to produce secured national IDs, passports, as well as permits through biometric authentication. In terms of data protection, and I think this is a matter that has been raised as well on this platform, a strong focus on cybersecurity, anti-fraud measures, particularly for this face value documents, our passports, as well as IDs and certificates, where we will be using advanced security features to prevent forgery. We're going to expand on our capacity and invest in new digital printing presses to make sure that we increase our efficiency and upgrades in the our efficiency in printing and production of digital products, and make sure that we look at the infrastructure in line with the growing demands from the market. We can't do this alone. In this journey, we'll be collaborating with critical departments, Department of Home Affairs being the first one, as well as other law enforcement agencies to make sure that there's real verification and secure digital authentication. We need to sustain GPW beyond the printing phase into the digital phase, and therefore we have firmly identified top 10 revenue generation streams, and we will be focusing on those to ensure sustainability and viability. On an e-government platforms, we go in to make sure that we connect to those in our role as a verifier and authenticator of the online IDs. Efficiency and automation will be enabled by the use of AI-driven document processing, because all the paper-based or manually based documents will need to be automated so that we can then improve the verification times. We will be optimizing our process by making sure that we increase automation. But if you look at it, this journey that we have embarked upon is digital transformation, where we are shifting towards e-passport, and we will be focusing on blockchain verification as well as AI-driven authentication. Security and compliance becomes very critical, operational efficiency, as well as forming strong partnerships with the existing government departments to make sure that we deliver on this strategy. The next slide focuses on the strategic pillars. At the top of it, we have our vision, which is to be the state-mandated security document enabler and digital trust center. The key pillars that will enable this strategy would be the revised business model that I've spoken about, the operating model, implementation of our asset recapitalization plans, focusing on expanding our footprint locally as well as in the SADC and other African countries, development of our staff, quite critical so that they embrace technology and they are trained appropriately in the relevant areas. Information and communication technology platforms will be also emphasized so that we can be able to upgrade and do a tech refresh where necessary. Safety and environment, inclusive of employee health and wellness, becomes important as we're operating in a factory or manufacturing as well as printing environment. Underpinning these pillars will be a focus on people, processes, and technology, as well as change management, stakeholder management, as well as buy-in. The business model, I will not go into detail on this, but it focuses on particularly who are our key partners, the key activities that we will be engaging in, key assets or the resources that we need to employ to enable us in our new journey. The employee and customer value propositions will also be looked into very firmly. The delivery service delivery channels, the segments of the markets that we will be looking into. And of course, we'll focus on customer relationships. And to this effect, we want to build key accounts management unit so that it can be able to transact and enable us to reach out to our customers and manage all the accounts that we have. The costing structure will have a costing model that moves us from the current into the desired end state, and then the focus on the revenue generation streams. If you look into the next one, we took into the impact statement, which has also been revised following the meeting with the minister. And that is to provide the South African state, as well as the SADC and the rest of Africa, with digitally secured and verified documents so that we are able to enhance service delivery. In the next slide, we're looking into our vision, mission, and values. As I've already mentioned, we want to be the state-mandated security document enabler and digital trust center. And then our mission would be to make sure that we provide cost-effective, secure, reliable, and timely services to all spheres of government, provide public with equitable information, and make sure that we leverage on the digital transformation platforms to disseminate government information through technology, innovation, and excellence. The values that are supposed to be lived by all officials, we're supposed to be customer-centric, service-oriented, productive, ethical, and have integrity, caring, security conscious, and professional. I'm going to delve directly into the strat plan. I need to indicate the changes that we have effected. Hence, we have the revised strat plan today. We tabled our strat plan on the 2nd of April 2025 to Parliament, and the revised one was tabled on the 13th of June 2025, together with the APP for 25-26. At the strat plan level, the only change that we have effected was to build a cumulative target from 8 to 24 over the MTDP period. So that is basically what we're going to be attaining. Some of them will be the actual engagements and others will be follow-up engagements. This is a market that is not very easy to penetrate, simply because you are approaching countries that have been having very strong links with their previous colonial masters, who have locked them into evergreen contracts. And it's quite difficult that they wiggle themselves out of that. So the approach and strategy has been to put on the door so that they know we exist. In the event that those contracts come to an end, then they can know that within the African continent, they do have a printer that they can go to be able to produce their security documents. The strategic risks were endorsed by the risk committee after the tabling. Therefore, we have revised them and included them in this presentation as slide number 16, on number 16 on the agenda. The changes effected at the APP level focuses on a target on the public key infrastructure, on the digital sign barcode through existing products. We revised that from security products being piloted to identity products being piloted at this point in time, as we are building towards the ultimate, which is those of all the other security products. So the quarterly targets also have changed. To the customers will be engaged in the first quarter, then we'll have a project plan and a concept document conceptualized in the second quarter. Then the third quarter will see the actual production of the initial identity document, and then the last quarter will see the second one being implemented as well. The second one is not a fundamental change on the BCM. We have only aligned the quarterly targets to build up to the 100%. So from 30% in the first quarter, we've then amended second quarter to 20%, third quarter 30%, and then the last quarter to 20%, which adds up to the 100% that we want to achieve in this financial year. What are our priorities on slide 17? We have committed ourselves to deliver on the transformation of GPW into a digital trusted center through provision of digital products and services. Further, we are going to reposition GPW's operations as an enabler of verification and certification of digital products to ensure that we remain viable and sustainable. We would like to improve customer experience through delivery of timeless quality and quantity services, while offering both physical document as well as digital products. We will ensure return on investment through our financial management systems, as well as compliance to the relevant legislation, whilst we're ensuring sustainability of the organization. We're investing in BCM, as I've already mentioned, and the capacity and the capability of that unit would be enhanced as well, so that we minimize loss on production time. We're going to attract, develop, and retain requisite human resources to meet both the hybrid and digital market needs and demands. We're going to implement our asset management plan to upgrade our facilities. Some of the digital products require us to have a facility that can accommodate those products in line with international standards. And so we have to make sure that we upgrade facilities as well as the machinery to reposition us to respond to those in the current as well as future needs. And then the next one is basically our strategic outlook. I've already mentioned that we have aligned this to the ministerial priorities, so I won't repeat that. But basically our documents reflect all our efforts on how we're going to be repositioning ourselves to serve the new role of being of authenticating as well as certification of secure digital products and services using the existing government platforms. I need to indicate that our government is on its path to developing a secured, efficient, and inclusive digital identity system, as mentioned by the state president in his SONA address, that the country will be investing in digital public infrastructure, where South Africans will be provided with access to government services anytime, anywhere through a relaunched government platform. So at the heart of this is basically the transformation and implementation of the digital identity system. The key consideration would be for us integrating mobile ID security, blockchain identity, and global practices so that it can be enabled to enhance privacy, reduce fraud, and improve access to government services. For us, this will allow citizens to basically store digital identity credentials on smartphones for online as well as offline verification and authentication. The Department of Home Affairs, as it plans to introduce the digital ID, we are going to be collaborating with them on the concept design so that we actually have a combination of features, facial recognition, fingerprint verification, to enable accessibility of these products on the digital platforms. Our research draws lessons heavily from models like India, particularly the M-Aadhaar system, which is linked to the Aadhaar model. This model basically entails the mobile application that allows Indian residents to carry their Aadhaar information digitally on their smartphones, as well as the Estonia's model ID. What they do there is that a digital ID system enables secure authentication, digital signatures, and access to online services. It also extends to an e-residency program that allows the global entrepreneurs in their country to establish and manage businesses remotely. And this is the model that has actually encouraged the country as well as GPW to move into this, particularly not the country, the organization, to move into this digital platform to enable the citizens as well. I need to mention that governments across the globe are actually moving into this arena. When we attend conferences, the compelling messages that are coming through are countries that have already advanced in this digital transformation space and those that are embracing it, and therefore we cannot be left behind. Where they are looking into integrating their biometric smart ID cards with blockchain technology, as well as digital identity platforms in order to enhance security, transparency, and decentralization. We are presenting here as the Department of Home Affairs is in the process of phasing out the green barcoded ID, and we need to be up to the task of ramping up our production levels to make sure that as the volumes increase, we are able to produce them and make sure that all the products are delivered to customers timelessly. We have recently joined Home Affairs, BMA, and SARS to sign the MOU, and that actually crafts a niche for GPW to use the platform on the verification and authentication of government national IDs. And therefore, that will assist in us executing our redesigned role. What is our critical role, therefore, in support of ministerial priorities? Our role is that of verification and authentication of digital IDs, information and other secure documents that store public keys or digital certificates on the existing PKI platforms. We are going to ensure that digital documents and credentials or identity claims are legitimate and confirm the identity of individuals or entities through authentication and validation of those certificates using the platforms that I've mentioned. Further, we're going to authenticate and authorize digital IDs in a manner that utilizes cryptographic methods to authenticate users. Further to that, we can also link it to biometric data that can serve as a secondary form of authentication. The ultimate is to transform GPW into a CA, a certification authority that hosts the PKI on-site, in secured servers, or even in the cloud infrastructure, while we continue to produce many of the existing products in the short term. What it entails is that we need to involve deploying the trusted CA on-site in GPW, registration authority, as well as key management system. Those should have strict controls, audit logs, and compliance with security standards to make sure that we are not vulnerable as an organization. I need to indicate that in the past 4 to 5 years, we will still see GPW printing the physical documents in the form of smart ID cards, passport, birth certificates, and other certificates. However, towards the end of these 5 years, we will see a significant drop in the printing of physical documents. So printing as ink on paper, we will see the decline in that. And that's when we will be embracing digital products on a more larger scale. And therefore, the journey starts now to prepare for that eventuality. What is our action plan? Our action plan over the short to the long term, we have categorized it into three: 1 to 3 years, 3 to 7 years, as well as 7 years. We're going to start in this financial year already to develop a business case on digital identity in collaboration with the Department of Home Affairs, the BRS on the upgrade of an e-passport in collaboration with the DHA, and then conceptualize the entire e-passport series as well. We are going to, as GPW, initiate a government's digital identity, privacy, and security discussion document that will enable us to manage secure digital identity verification and authentication. We are going to be generating digitally signed barcodes through existing PKI to make sure that we are moving into the digital space. I'm not going to focus a lot on the medium term and the long term, but central to that is to make sure that we advance our security features through blockchain-based authentication, developing a framework on integration of ID printing and digital verification systems. We will continue to heavily invest in IT and establish an AI-enabled system for fraud detection in physical and digital documents. We will then implement the decentralized identity solutions for paperless documents whilst we're verifying them, and then also create mobile apps such as digital wallets, as well as certificates. And then in the long term, we want to become the National Trust Center for digital identity ecosystem and leverage on technology to implement all the AI-enabled systems for fraud detection in physical as well as digital identity verification. Of course, we're not oblivious of the challenges. As we delve into this space, we understand fully that there are critical ingredients in the next slide that we need to look into. Central to this is network stability. If you move to the next slide, please. Central is network stability. We are currently dependent on the SITA network, which remains a challenge, particularly from a network perspective. Network stability needs to be ensured. The ICT infrastructure and internet access must be enhanced to avoid intermittent system downtime in order to make sure that at any stage when GPW is required to verify or authenticate the document online, the system must be available on a 24/7 basis. The South African government is still developing the legal frameworks on blockchain-based identity. So the blockchain-based ID solutions require reliable connectivity and digital literacy. So whilst we move migrating to the stage, we need to make sure that the network stability is taken care of. The national ID would have the MFA, which is your multi-factor authentication, as well as biometric verification. Whilst we're busy with this, we need to make sure that the citizens are taken on board. So there must be a countrywide education and empowerment using government platforms. And we're thinking in this regard, collaboration with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is very critical so that we can get the message out there. The rural-urban divide matters should also be taken into account. Although we fully acknowledge that some of the rural areas would have developed infrastructure, there are many of those in the far-flung rural communities who still lack access to stable networks and maybe the smartphones as well as digital literacy. And therefore, reaching out to those would require a multi-year initiative so that we can then reach those communities in those parts of the country. POPIA, quite important, we are confronted by areas where information and data privacy protection is of concern, and therefore we need to ensure that citizens are also sensitized on how their data is going to be handled, particularly on government platforms, so that we can gain trust on the information gathering as well as handling. We might also experience system rejection issues based on the suspicions and concerns about government surveillance and misuse of personal information in the development of digital identities, which may delay this critical milestone in the history of our country. However, we believe that through information awareness campaigns, communication in multiple platforms, it may assist to mitigate this risk so that this objective is realized. What are the critical plans that we'll be putting in place over the financial year and the MTDP period? In the next slide. We are going to be looking at, but we've chunked this into critical areas so that we can then be able to address them appropriately. From a human capital point of view, we are going to continue to implement our change management strategy and plan, which as I indicated, started in the previous administration. And then it will continue to deal with the issues of culture change, engage officials on the implementation of digital transformation strategy and plans. And this is a platform where GPW officials are involved in work streams, and labor unions form part of those, so that as a GPW collective, all of us are afforded an opportunity to contribute and indicate where changes should be effected in the organization. Recruitment strategy and plan, honorable members, colleagues, we are entering this financial year with a 41% vacancy rate because due to austerity measures, GPW was not able to fill posts. Both natural attrition as well as vacant funded posts could not be filled over time. And we have been constrained severely in terms of the implementation of our programs and plans. Therefore, we're going to focus on filling of critical posts. We have a 5-year plan in terms of filling of posts, so we're going to phase them in over time, just to make sure that we attract the requisite skills and officials that are required. Particularly, we're going to make sure that the ICT unit is capacitated as well as finance and the core branches. And the focus would be on digital artisans that are enabled to come, that will be able to come and assist us in terms of printing of digital products. Investment in people, quite important. We have a workplace skills plan that is in place. We've also conducted the skills audit previously, just to make sure that we identify the requisite skills that need to be improved or developed further in order to build that agile workforce that can embrace technology. So what we need to emphasize, and this is the message that we're putting across in GPW through the change management efforts, is that our approach is coexistence between technology and people. And in that space, we guarantee that no one will lose their jobs. So everyone will be retrained, reskilled, upskilled accordingly in line with the skills level that are required, and we'll make sure that nobody loses their jobs. PMDS, we're going to be implementing a reward and recognition plan, particularly for those officials who've raised their salary ceilings because they've been in the organization for a while. Consequence management will be implemented in areas of misconduct. Occupational health and safety as a factory environment, quite important. So we will implement the plan to ensure that the officials are safe within our facilities and continue to provide PPE and uniform items to them. Employee health and wellness, we've got a specific plan that focuses on wellness, and then we will be implementing that. We have introduced Kaedu in the previous administration as well, where the senior managers once a year are able to go into the coal face where the rubber hits the tar, and they go into the factory, into the warehouses, and be able to work for a week with the staff, identify challenges, and be able to come with solutions on the spot. If not, they need to follow up on those, and then we are able to resolve them. Infrastructure, I've mentioned that we will be implementing the asset recapitalization plan. We're going to be procuring the digital machines, the printing presses to enable us to print digital products through our procurement plan, of course, aligned to the budget. And this will help us to produce the requisite digital products. We still have machines that are old and obsolete within our facility, particularly in Bosman. We have indicated that there's a clear plan in terms of those obsolete machines being disposed. When we move into the new headquarters building as well as the commercial factory, the officials will be fully utilized according to their trades and competency in the new facilities. And most of these officials have actually been moved already out of Bosman into Fisari, and only a few are left to print on the machines that are still operational. The facilities management plan will also be implemented, where we will see the conclusion of the new headquarters building, as well as the migration to the commercial printing facility. But in addition to that, in response to the production of high security products. We are going to be procuring a greenfield site just for the HSP products to enable us to be able to enhance our business operations. We have repurposed our service lines into commercial security and high security products so that our revenue generation streams can actually be clear in terms of how we derive the revenue from all of the products that are produced in those areas. Regional warehouses, we have regional warehouses located in Northwest, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, as well as in Gauteng. And we're going to focus on those to support GPW as revenue generation sites. And to that end, we also are going to be procuring a warehouse in KZN, Mpumalanga and Free State over the MTDA period for business growth due to customer demands. In the next slide, we're going to be looking at, this slide, we're going to be digitizing our products and services. And this will focus basically on the certificates. 3 products will be looked into. Currently, we're producing them as physical documents, so we're going to have a digital twin of the same and pilot that and make sure that we are implementing those. E-passport as well as the e-passport series refresh, I've spoken to that. We're going to be developing the digital identity privacy and security document. Then there will be a focus on the pre and post-production processes for smart ID cards and passports to make sure that we optimize delivery in that regard. We're going to be conceptualizing the national ID with Home Affairs, as well as the digital signed barcodes products that I've referred to using existing KPI. In this financial year, we're going to start the process of taking over the dispatch service that is currently under the Department of Home Affairs to make sure that GPW then carries the end-to-end function of printing. And then we will then be able to also engage the dispatch service that is currently being carried by Skynet, just to make sure that we are able to deliver some of the IDs and passports to the customer's doorstep. And this will be a phased approach, obviously based on the affordability of citizens. We will start with the cohort that can be able to afford that. And then the project will be rolled out over the years to the other areas where people can actually afford to have such services delivered to their doorstep. We are in the process of automating the end-to-end printing of examinations in collaboration with DBE. So we are automating the packaging section, which was actually highly manual, just so that we can reduce human intervention in that. Automating the space will reduce the turnaround times and improve on efficiencies as well. Our ICT strategy will have a dual focus. Currently, it's been having an internal focus, and that the external focus will also help us to have those apps, the simulations, to enable modernization and digitization of our business products. We have started automating some of our business processes. We are already implementing the e-submission, the e-invoice management system, as well as the e-contract management system. Those 3 are already on site being implemented. So our submissions are sent online and we process them accordingly. The next phase would be to focus on e-leave, e-recruitment, e-PDMS, PMDS, as well as e-asset and equipment management. All these initiatives go parallel with the necessary change management interventions to make sure that officials are skilled. And in this instance, we're not only talking about junior officials. When you look at the generation theory, you've got people who were born before computers at the higher level as well. So we're taking everyone on board, from exco to the lowest person in the organization. They're being retrained, upskilled, reskilled, and being able to transact on this system. So we will continue to do that. In addition to this, in terms of digitization, we have, and we want to thank the DG of Home Affairs for allowing us to participate in their tender on document and records management. We will be implementing the records management system. We have a lot of paper-based records. GPW has been in existence since 1888. So we also have our own share of challenges on paper-based records. So we will be, through the tender that the DG has actually allowed us to participate in, be digitizing all our records to make sure that they are also automated and stored in various platforms on site and on-prem. In terms of ICT, we've employed ICT cloud infrastructure to replace the dilapidated ICT infrastructure. as well as the backup system to improve the backup services. We've replaced the dilapidated ICT infrastructure as well. And we have basically secured the private cloud to make sure we are in the process of actually securing the private cloud to make sure that we store information and we are able to retrieve it for business operations. GPW will also be introducing online portal services. We are reconceptualizing our contact center, as I've mentioned, that will be able to handle customer complaints and compliments and inquiries using self-service portals and natural voice telephone services. On the eGazette website as well, the customers can actually do fixed online quotations to make sure that they can complete the form, the quotation online, and then submit it for publications. That's the system that is being designed, and then we will be able to introduce it starting from this financial year. From an e-government point of view and the project, we have already appointed a service provider to develop our ISO standards. As a manufacturing entity, we have been operating without that, and we've deemed it necessary that we start in line with ICAO standards, comply and have all the necessary standards on board. So that service provider has already started. They've already presented to EXCO and they've started with the work. The polycarbonate plant that we've referred to even previously, we are investing in research to make sure that it's feasible. And that's one revenue generation stream that we intend to have going forward so that we don't only have polycarbonate cars for our country, but also for those located in the SADC region as well as other African countries. We continue to implement our integrated marketing and communication strategy and plan just for business growth, particularly our business expansion plan into SADC region and other African countries. And for this, in view of cutting down on cost, we will use multiple platforms such as physical meetings where we can, but minimally so, primarily using e-marketing platforms and simulations to promote our products and services for business growth. I need to indicate that through the efforts that we've put in place, GPW has already printed for countries like Namibia, Eswatini, Lesotho, and has also produced the AU passport. So products like birth certificates, vocational certificates, as well as the voter registration forms for Lesotho. We've already produced them, and we continue to engage more countries for products that we can produce within the country, which for us it's a national pride because we are then able to add value to governments located in other countries. We have set a cumulative target of 10%, which will be attained at the end of the MTDP period. And the focus is specifically on top revenue generation streams to improve revenue collection and sustain the organization. We will continue to implement our post-audit action plan, strengthen our controls, and improve overall governance, which will help us to move from a qualification unqualified as well as a clean audit and then maintain it. We continue to implement the recommendations from the Ministerial Review Panel. And on the next slide, we're actually seeing a graphic illustration of that. Out of 166 recommendations that we've received, we have already completed the resolution of 89%, which is 148. We left with the 18, which is 11% of the remaining ones. And I need to indicate that most of this couldn't be implemented because they are mostly linked to recruitment of staff. So we had written to DPSA to request to be allowed to fill posts. That was granted by the DPSA, but subsequent to that, then the cost containment measures were uplifted, and we are now on a recruitment drive to make sure that we fill the post in the critical areas. The next slide is just an indication of the breakdown of what I've shown, so I will move past that quickly in the interest of time. The APP, we have started with the comparative performance against the APP since 2019-20. And this is how we have been doing in terms of performance. 19-20, we were at 78%. Then we moved to 78% in 2021, 22, 72%. 2022, 23, 72%. 23, 24, 78%. 24, 25, we moved to 88%. And I need to indicate that figures for 24, 25 are still subject to the audit, but we have subjected them to internal audit. Similarly, on the product side, this slide also shows in principle that it is evident that overall there was an overall increase in all the printed material. If you look at across all service lines, there's the bell curve is actually showing that it's going up, save for the passports, because it's a customer-driven product, and then we will continue to produce those for the Department of Home Affairs. Linked to the budget programs, we've got 5 branches. In the next slide, which is the Office of the CEO, Manufacturing and Engineering, Operations Management, Financial Services and Corporate Services, and together we have a total of 21 targets. Just to run through the targets in not much detail, I'm just going to indicate the key targets without really delving into the quarterly targets per se, although the presentation is available for that purpose. We're going to be implementing 100% of the annual internal audit plan, and on a quarterly basis, the targets will indicate how we'll arrive at the 100%. The next one is on 100% implementation of the stage 3 life cycle of the approved BCM strategy in line with the approved plan. And that's the one I was presenting when I started, where the changes have actually occurred in terms of quarterly targets. We are going to be in the core branch, which is manufacturing and engineering, issuing 99% of the smart ID cards produced in line with the client specification. And these are the documents, critical documents that we are producing in line with the ICAO standards. They're issued in line with Sigma 5 manufacturing standard, which basically means that for every million, you can only have a minimum of 230 defects, which is a situation where GPW has never found itself. So we continue to then produce this document in line with the world-class standards. 99.9% of the passports will be produced as required by the Department of Home Affairs, again in compliance with Sigma 5 manufacturing standards. Then 99.9% of examination papers, again produced in line with the same Sigma, and on a quarterly basis, we'll make sure that we maintain that. If we go to the next slide, we'll then go to the higher security certificates. In terms of, I've moved to the next 2 slides. You can move with me. Yeah, there. The higher security certificates will be produced in line with Sigma 4 to make sure that we produce them in line with the customer specifications. The next one talks to passport image enhancement. This is a function that is currently within Home Affairs, and as it forms part of the printing value chain, and GPW will actually be taking it over, so it will be transferred from DHA to government printing wise. This is a project that has been coming. We've been having engagements with Home Affairs on this, and I think ultimately we've reached a decision that the function should then be moved to GPW. The next one talks to the digital products, the identity products that I have mentioned earlier when I spoke to the MTDP priorities. So we will be having the 2 existing digital identity products being piloted using the existing PKI, and we'll see the realization of that in the 2 last quarters of this financial year. Branch operations management, one of the core branches within GPW, which is responsible for the production of the gazettes. We will see 98.9% of the gazettes being published. And on a quarterly basis, that target should also be maintained. We will continue in our quest to expand our footprint into SADC and other African countries, engage potential customers to make sure that we grow our business. So each and every quarter, we will be engaging 2 customers. I've talked to the issue of restructuring, the contact center. In terms of format and shape, we will make sure that it is repositioned as that nerve center that is able to help us respond to customer queries, complaints, and compliments. And at the end of the day, the contact center will be moved into the new headquarters building, and the capacity of the agents will be improved. And we are indeed benchmarking with other world-class contact centers to make sure that we enhance our performance. Over the MTDP, I indicated that we will be producing 3 digital products. This year, we will start with the first one, where we will be scoping the elements of the product, engaging the customers, making sure that the product outlook is concluded, and then we will pilot and then implement it. In finance, in the next slide, we have set a cumulative target, as I've indicated, of 10% over the MTDP period. I think the CFO will talk to this issue, why we took the conservative approach. We have been constrained by the surrenders that we've been making to National Treasury, and we saw ourselves being challenged in terms of having a higher net profit margin that has been achieved on a quarterly basis. But I will leave the CFO to elaborate further on that when he takes on the next section. We have started on a cumulative target of 70% in terms of implementation of the post-audit action plan, primarily because, and the CFO will also talk to this, of some of the legacy findings that we have emanating from the previous challenges of data loss that we've had. But we've moved strides and most of those have been resolved. So we just wanted to make sure that all the outstanding elements are taken care of. So we'll make sure that our annual financial statements are submitted timelessly. And in this instance, they already have, and then focus on the implementation of the post-audit action plan. If we move to the next branch, which is corporate services, which is one of the bigger branch within this department, and together with manufacturing and engineering, we're going to have 20 unemployed young people and women recruited into developmental programs. And integral to this would also be consideration of employing people with disabilities, particularly in areas where we can reasonably accommodate them, because in the new headquarters building, we have made sure that we have the REMs, we have the lifts that have audio as well as braille facility to accommodate people with disabilities. So we will be appointing those in the particular area, so that we can then be able to empower them and then with the requisite skills to operate within our environment. The next one, in order to gear ourselves up for digital transformation, we need to train our staff. And this is what EXCO family believes, that with the proper training, including job rotation, on-the-job training, reskilling, upskilling, retraining, we should be able to take our officials by hand and be able to migrate into the digital transformation era using our priorities in the workplace skills plan. The next one is the 70% implementation of the change management strategy and plan. And over time, over the quarters, we'll then be able to have the identified targets, which are included in the implementation plan, successfully achieved in this financial year. In line with the national gender framework on gender-based violence and femicide, we are also going to be implementing our 70% of the framework on gender-based violence and femicide. This is a critical one for the government printing works, because we need to make sure that no form of intimidation, harassment, or violation of anyone, gender meaning both male and female, happens, and we will make sure that over this financial year, 70% of that plan is implemented to the projects that we've put in place. We started the journey of, in the next slide, of looking into our ICT capability, and we focus particularly on the entire digital services ecosystem. This financial year, 15% of the capability for the information system and digital services ecosystem platform will be implemented, and we will incrementally go into 100% into the next financial year, by which by 2017-28, we need to have reached the maturity level assessment that we have. Our ICT strategy maps the maturity levels accordingly, and we should be able to reach that in the outer year. The next slide focuses on the security plan. As a national key point, we must ensure that the security of this entity is prioritized. And therefore, we are drawing from the MIS, we're drawing from the SIPA, we're drawing from the national key point to make sure that all the security elements are actually implemented. And we will be taking that into the new headquarters building, including the establishment of an armory in terms of the Firearms Control Act, to make sure that we secure GPW. 90% of the headquarters building will be implemented in this financial year. In fact, in the next month or two, we will be inviting the minister to come and open this office for us, where officials will then be moving into this new headquarters building. So the practical completion should be obtained in this month or the coming month. In terms of the strategic risks, if you go to the next slide, we have 7 strategic risks, and this is what I referred to when I started with the presentation to say we have risks that got approved after tabling, and I've got just an extract under mitigating plans that are extracted from the risk register. So this list is not exhaustive, where we go focusing on the compromised image and integrity of GPW resulting in loss of clients and public confidence. We will be implementing a number of measures, inclusive of implementation of cybersecurity and anti-fraud measures for e-passports, certificates, as well as national ID. Deterioration of production capacity resulting in client dissatisfaction. Some of the manually based processes will be automated to reduce processing times and improve efficiency, as well as effectiveness, particularly when we even migrate into verification processes. Failure to recover from business operations. We have been for the longest of time engaging SITA just to help us to procure an ERP system. It has taken us years. Just to have an engagement where we procure the system, it took us over a year. But currently we can report that we have managed to use the framework agreement through SITA to procure an ERP system. We are now pursuing SITA to have professional services just to come and deploy that system on site. And then we are again engaging them, but we have said that we will take advantage of the current regulations on SITA. If within 30 days they are not responsive, then we're going to ask them to grant us permission to go out on the market and do this on our own, because we can't wait forever just to have this system implemented in GPW. Security threats on data documents, we're going to implement our security policies. We've got the security classification plan that helps us to classify our documents, and we've been working with SSA to do that. Unsustainable financial position due to the terrorism capacity to earn revenue, we're going to intensify our market drive and retention strategies for both existing and potential customers. Compromising the integrity of security data, we're going to implement the ICT policy, which we may make sure that the security of our firewalls, our systems, across the board, the infrastructure of ICT is strengthened. And then in terms of attraction of staff, I've mentioned that we will be implementing our recruitment plan over the MTDP. These risks, we have an operational risk register as well. They are presented to our governance structures each time there's a sitting. We get the inputs, and then where enhancements are required, we implement them, just to make sure that we mitigate all the challenges and the risks that might materialize. Chair, I'm going to stop here. Through your indulgence and your permission, I'm going to request that the CFO takes over the presentation on the budget. Through you, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, if I'm allowed, I'll continue.
Chairperson?
I think continue. The chairperson seems to be struggling.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thanks, members. So just looking at the 25-26 budget to assist or to support what the CEO has said, we will see that we actually grow our sales from about 1.9 billion to just over 2 billion. I think the takeaway point from this is that we are stabilizing our gross profits and our gross profit margins. If you do recall, in the past, we had margins of around 34 to about 39%. And you can see that the budget over this period sort of establishes that again, with a 33% growing to 38% gross profit margin over the MTF period. Our surpluses, we estimate them to grow over this particular period to about 6%, but keeping in mind that we do have to do certain adjustments in here and as we go every year, because our assumptions do change on this budget. And as it stands now, we're looking at about 6% at the current financial year or the past financial year, about 4% gross net profit. So we do feel that this projection is in line with the current trends that we are seeing. Next slide there. We can move to the next slide. So, as I said, we do project that our expenditure will increase at an average of about 12% over the period of about 1.8 to 2 billion. Our entity is set to generate about 6 billion over the medium term through its current business processes. Our revenue is expected to increase at an annual rate of about 17%. We have established the tariff regime with the DHA, which does give us a bit of certainty in terms of budget going forward and in terms of our expenditure. Although, as mentioned, the potential surrenders to Treasury is always a risk for us in this budget. The tariffs, as we've agreed with DHA, with about a 5.5% increase over the MTF for passports, is about 430 rand per unit and 110 rand per smart ID. We can move. As I said, there is no particular surrender on the surplus to National Treasury. For the last period under review, we did not have any surrender to them. We've actually provided for that as a contingency in our financials, but there's no risk at the moment of them requesting it. Having said that, we are cognizant of the fact that after our audit period, we will report on our surpluses, and there is a risk of them requesting that to be surrendered. And we have put out a request to them to exempt us for at least the next 3 years on any surrenders, so that we can implement quite a bit of our plans based on this current strategic plan that we've got. Next slide, please. So just looking at our revenue, we've got a number of revenue streams, just highlighting the most significant ones being the passport IDs, our bond paper advertising exams, contract printing, some credential cards, and some general printing. You will see that this is the projections of those over the MTF period. We've kept the assumptions for passports and IDs consistent, but there is definite room and potential for growth in those numbers going forward. And the same with our bond, with our sale of paper. We've kept that consistent. It's quite a bit of a cash money spinner for us. You will also see that when we look at our examinations potential to incorporate other provinces, there is definite potential for increased revenue streams on that. And then we obviously also have a contract printing division where we do print with a certain markup on what we contract out to the printers. Next slide. Just an indication of where most of our revenue comes from, but we can still move on to the next one. Just to give you an idea then of the numbers, we're looking at about 431 million on passports for the next financial year. You can see, as I said, quite a bit of a money spinner on our A4 of 365 million. IDs at 276 million, and it further goes down. There is the potential also going forward of the Department of Transport and the driver's license. And as soon as that is secured, I'm sure we will come back to the committee and to report on that as soon as we've got more certainty on that potential revenue stream. Next slide. So on our key considerations, as I said, we've got some certainty when it comes to the passport selling prices, as we've now agreed with the DHA, based also on the IDs. All our other printing items, we escalate them at 5.5%, and we also report them as such to the National Treasury in terms of our tariffs. The EKZ, the completion is in process. It should ensure a smoother process flow for us and also give us some certainty of our revenue in terms of the EKZs. This has been a particular issue for us to also, in terms of our audit engagements, provide certainty to the AG of completeness and accuracy of our revenue. And then the other revenue consideration would be the static engagements that could be a significant contribution to our forthcoming MTF period. So, Chair, I think the message is that there is, within the current structure and within the current regime, there is definitely some revenue potential for GPW still, which would make us a going concern, at least for the next MTF period and up to the next five years over the stat plan period. Next slide. Chair, the capex in particular is important to us. I think there was mention made of the potential of exam printing, but that does need recapitalization of some of our machinery, and in particular on our printing presses. So you will see that manufacturing engineering has quite a large capital expenditure projection, as well as operations management. Our ICT issues also need consideration, and we've provided for an ERP system that will be rolled out over the next MTF period. But that, as the CEO said, had some SITA implications or SITA dependencies, which we've now dealt with to a large extent. With that goes computer software that needs to be procured. And then I think the last big issue is the lease improvements, and that goes directly to our investments in the new headquarters, as well as the commercial printing sites that we envisage. Next slide. So yeah, just to reiterate then that we are committed to the digital transformation, and we've aligned our spending in terms of this. The ICT unit looking at the continuous enhancing of our technological environment, and the support that goes along with that. We've, as CEO has indicated, we've already implemented quite a bit of improvements, but we also need to maintain those and obviously keep them current. The ERP is a big issue for us. At the moment, our ERP system is running out of support from Microsoft. In fact, that support is not there any further, and we're running with a system that potentially is going to give us an issue in the next 2 financial years. And this is quite an important and quite an urgent matter for us to deal with. The new headquarters is quickly reaching its practical completion date, and that should be completed within the next 2 months or so. We have looked at the scope of the master plan project, and we'll have to take a view on that going forward. But that will also be based or have to be implemented based on our availability of the funds. And Chair, if you look at all of this, you will still see that GPW does not receive any input from National Treasury, and this budget needs to maintain that assumption that we are self-reliant and that we are going concern over this period. Next slide. Okay, we can go. I think, Chair, the issue that was also raised was our structure, and we're building this on the premise that our footprint will be secured through new national and international relationships. We have an approved structure, and I think the CEO has mentioned that only about 40% of the vacancies, or there's a 40% vacancy rate. We have got the DPSA regulations, and there is some respite on that now. But for a long time, we were not able to actually implement the structure. So we are doing this as it stands. Obviously, in the last financial year, we had to go back and reassess what's possible. And we also have to include the assumptions that we're making on revenue to actually support any increases in our cost of employment. There is a move to also look at a second shift and a night shift to be implemented within the factory, and that will obviously increase some production levels during the day and the night shifts. And we hope that this could also, in effect, lead to us getting bigger revenue streams, number one, but also being able to satisfy the client's needs that are growing. Next one. Chair, I'm going to just browse through these ones. This is our goods and services per branch, just to show how it grows over the period. You will obviously then see that our biggest branches are manufacturing and corporate services, and they do grow significantly over this period, but in line with our current budgets. Next slide. Some of the assumptions that we made on this was that we have included a new commercial printing site within this expenditure. Although we're looking at a number of provinces, the one that is imminent or that is got the most revenue potential is the one in KZN, and we've also incorporated that into the budget in terms of the capacity, cost of employment, and additional costs that might be needed. We've done a business case on this, and there's a definite potential within KZN to significantly also get some revenue streams from this. Our depreciation obviously will now start growing as we start procuring machinery, and we have factored that into our fixed asset register, as well as the capex earmarked over the period. And our foreign exchange and professional services does include provision for these projects over the period, and you will appreciate the fact that we do have a number of machineries or machines that do come from abroad. So this on the cash flow, I think, is an important one, is that we had surrenders in the last 5 years or so of about 1.7 billion. It does impact on our cash flow. It does also impact on the way we account in our balance sheet as well. The ongoing engagements in the SADC region is quite important for us. CEO has spoken quite a bit of us having to repurpose our services into high security printing, and commercial printing, and also invest in revenue streams to ensure some sustainability. The master plan is still there, although probably in a smaller format, but that would significantly assist us with some degree of cost savings, but I think more importantly, still assist with the revenue streams that we need to ensure. Next slide. So just issue on the losses. We have not suffered any material losses through criminal conduct over the last 5 years. There's also no reflection of such within the annual financial statements. At the moment, we're in a position where we do pay all our valid invoices in a period from between 14 to 30 days, even sooner if we can. So we've upped that considerably. If there's any dispute, then obviously we resolve those before we consider any further payments. Next slide. Chair, in terms of our regular expenditure and fruit and wasteful expenditure, you will see that there's been a significant decrease within our expenditure. We've identified all the regular expenditure in this period, and we've sent them for determination tests and further investigations. In the year under review, we've actually dealt with close to 729 million rands worth of irregular expenditure coming from the past, which talks to about 58% of our total irregular expenditure that we've determined, and that is imminent for condonement through the National Treasury, given the investigations that we have done. Next slide. Chair, I can speak to the audit action plan as well. We've prepared our financial statements for each financial year in accordance with GRAP. We submitted to the AG 2 years in a row on time. It's to be expected, but I think in terms of GPW with the challenges we had with data loss, I think it's a significant issue. We do have joint management meetings between ourselves and the AGSA on this audit. we do feel that we've submitted financials that are auditable, and we are quite silently confident that we will move this opinion forward, or at least reduce the number of qualification matters. You will also see that we've resolved 45 of the 74 findings. Just go to the next slide. And Chair, significantly, you'll see that in progress was 7 data loss items. We've actually addressed them towards the end of the financial year. So this report, at the time that we did this report, those matters were still outstanding with the AG. We've addressed them, but they are subject to current audit. So if we're able to solve those 7 matters, we should take our percentage of audit issues resolved to 70%. The other ones relate to our legacy matters and would relate to opening balances that will flush out themselves within the next financial year. And I think this is now putting us on a proper path to get unqualified and eventually move into a clean audit position. Next slide. All right, Chair, I think I can give this back to the CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, through you, we are.
Thank you, CFO. The CEO want to comment?
Apologies, Chair. Thank you, Chair. At this point, we would like to indicate that we're coming to a close of this presentation, and we are recommending that honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs knows the presentation that we have rendered and provide the necessary support. Thank you, Chair. We will end here.
Thank you very much, CEO and CFO. I will now invite the DG to give us a short brief, then we'll engage once it's concluded. DG?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Minister, DM, to yourself, Chairperson, and the honorable members of this committee. Chairperson, as Moses is loading the presentation on a slide mode, Leon Duprier, Acting CAO, will do the presentation on behalf of Home Affairs on the questions that you had sent to us, Chair, that are reflected on the outline. If I can, through you, Chairperson, then hand over to Leon to take you through the presentation at a high level, given the limited time. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, and thank you for the opportunity. Maybe then just to recap, if we dive into the content, so I'll be just covering the SITA contracted services as per the request, and also just take you through the joint projects that we are doing together with SITA. And then I think diving into the service-related challenges that we are experiencing, both from SITA and some other components that I'll just touch on briefly, and also then going into the kiosks project, just to give you an update on where we are with that particular project. And then also just reflecting on the factors that is inhibiting progress and what our strategies are in addressing those particular inhibiting factors, Chairperson. We can move to the next slide. I have then covered the purpose. I think if we can then dive into slide number 4. So, Chairperson, slide number 4, 5, and 6 really just covers, or is an extraction of the contracted service, where slide number 4 is then depicts all the contracted services from SITA. The intention is perhaps not to go into detail, but maybe just to highlight on a high level. These would then include a combination of application-related services, IT service management-related service, hosting services, whereby we rent a space within the respective data centers, or where there are specific infrastructure that is then hosted and services provided on top of that. In addition, this would also then include the services of NPR, the National Populations Register. It also then includes the services associated with the hosting hosting of our ABIS and harness environments, which are the two biometric systems that we have hosted with SITA. We can then move to slide 5 and 6 just briefly. Again, this is just a full portfolio of all the contracted services. We've not included the names of the companies just for sensitivity purposes. But if there's any questions around this, we can then field those at the end of the presentation. Then moving to slide number 7, these are the projects that we are doing jointly with SITA. And perhaps just on a high level, if you look at the respective project names, you'd realize that those are all connectivity related. Now, this is where any potential delay in these projects, as you can see in the requested date where we've tasked SITA, we've unfortunately, after numerous follow-ups and interventions together with SITA, attempted to conclude on these processes. And the absence of concluding on them, it obviously impacts our ability to deliver and modernize our offices, but also impacts on the availability of services across our landscape. I'm not going to go into details, but perhaps then just drawing your attention to the second one, which is the connectivity to medical facilities. That is where we've contracted SITA to secure the services of an LTE provider, which then is the technology that is then used to connect medical facilities. And the intention is then to automate and the registration of births at those medical facilities. And as you can see, the times at which we've then requested those services to then be delivered, respectively being May 2022 and November 2022. Let's move to slide 8. So I think just in reflection on the mandate of SITA, I think from a departmental perspective, obviously we would wanted to have seen that there's economy of scale across departments where there's collective agreements that are brokered and negotiated that will give us flexible pricing and also deliver services at lower cost. But we've actually seen the contrary to that. It is unfortunate that I think through procurement efforts it's a significant bottleneck that is created. Now, again, we are working together with SITA. We are engaging on a weekly basis and a monthly basis in terms of SLAs, writing to them on a regular basis to try and remedy the outstanding matters. And basically then, unfortunately, it also then results into us not meeting some of our IPP and AOP targets. The next few slides, slide 9, 10, and 11, is a further extraction of some contributing factors to delivery issues, not necessarily only on SITA, but also in terms of our modernization drive. But maybe just to draw your attention then to the first one being the diagnostic findings as was presented previously to this committee by the CSIR. They've basically highlighted contributing factors to systems downtime being related to connectivity, the outdated infrastructure, lack of monitoring tools, and security gaps. I think I've highlighted some of the connectivity constraints that we've experienced in terms of delays of procurement, which also then directly impacts our system stability in terms of systems downtime that is being experienced. As I've indicated, perhaps on the last line, we would have obviously expected the role of SITA to be proactive in planning these transversal agreements, entering into them to avail them to the departments, so we can have the agility to then leverage or source on demand through those particular contracts. But it's unfortunate that those processes has not been concluded. If we move to slide number 10, these are just further items or procurement issues that I just wanted to highlight, perhaps drawing attention to the second, third, and fourth one. Another example, which I've also presented at the Portfolio Committee on the 13th of December, was one of anti-malware solutions that we have procured the license renewal of during March last year. We secured a 2-year contract to the value of 42 million. Now, if I compare that to what we paid at CSIR, it is a significant overcharge. Now, that can be as a result of the market knowing what the department paid previously. It can be as a result of many other factors, and I don't want to dwell too much on that, but certainly the economy of scale not coming through in this regard. Also focusing on the Innovatrix licenses. Now, the Innovatrix licenses is a critical element that is used as part of the issuance of smart ID cards. We initiated a process also early in last year to buy additional licenses as we then projected our growth or demand for those additional licenses to be. But we're unfortunate not to conclude on that process, and ultimately it culminated into us also not meeting some of the APP targets, whereby we were not able to connect some of the branches adequately to then continue with the issuance of smart ID cards. It has subsequently been resolved, but it also then points to quite a number of procurement delays that was experienced. During the lead up to the election period also last year, we experienced NPR system challenges whereby the temporary ID card printing process was affected severely. And you can imagine leading up to the election period, there's quite a huge demand for temporary ID cards. And those volumes that hit the NPR caused such a over demand to the point where the infrastructure then failed and the system fell over on a number of occasions. Well, fortunately, we were able to implement a mitigation measure, which then resulted in us then having a smooth election day. But I think what I wanted to point out here is such a critical service one would have expected to be managed, monitored, and at least have redundancy in place or load balancing to then cater for increased demands during that particular period. We can move to slide 11. I think the first three I'd like to just draw your attention to. The BCX and Telkom infrastructure that we or the contracts that was established with BCX and Telkom is where our ABIS infrastructure is hosted, ABIS being our automated biometric information system, and we have created a two-pair, in other words, a high availability for redundancy across those two areas. We've experienced quite a significant amount of downtime on the links between the two sites, up to the point where late last year we suffered corruption on our database and ABIS environment because of the frequent failure of those particular links. We engaged with both BCX and SITA at the time, and it was unfortunate that at the time neither of them were aware of the downtime that caused the issue. We've also noted that the redundant links were not in different trenches. In other words, they had dual links, but in the same trench. So if you had excavations, which happened quite frequently, when they excavated both links and both links went down. Subsequently, that was corrected. And I know SITA has subsequently, recently indicated that they want to move away from BCX. Not particularly sure what the reasons for that was, but it's certainly in my mind, a move in the right direction to ensure that we create stability, specifically where there are services that need to be supplied or where redundancy has been contracted, but is not stable. Let me then go to the data center shutdown and the one in the middle. During August last year, there was a project that SITA undertook to modernize their data center at SITA Centurion. When we received the plan, we then engaged with them, had quite a number of engagements around how to mitigate potential disruptions. And because we felt that the plan that they've produced or presented to us did not adequately address matters like continuity, specifically with regards to the DB distribution infrastructure, as well as then the uninterrupted power supply. And we wanted to secure a process whereby there will be minimal disruption to our services. It was unfortunate that at the time, because of some other risks that they were experiencing, the single point of failure was still the distribution infrastructure. And even though if we were able to secure an additional UPS, it would not have addressed the single point of failure, and we would still have then experienced the downtime. It was unpreventable. It was unfortunate that the change process and fulfilling the change also continued 3 days beyond the planned date, and that unfortunately also created additional system downtime for us. Now, why it's important to talk through these issues, I think any state-owned data center should be fully redundant at any given point where you upgrade infrastructure. There should be another instance where you can fail over to ensure service continuity as part of that process, not taking the respective departments down as part of the maintenance process or replacement process of any given infrastructure. We've also then, during November or late November in 2024, suffered a vulnerability through the VPN RAS services, which is also a service that we've contracted through SITA. It is unfortunate that at the time when we engaged with them, it was acknowledged that it was a legacy system that was developed in-house by individuals who had left the organization, and that they are in the process of addressing that particular issue. We then, in the meantime, secured, or subsequently to that, secured the services of a third party to assist with the code review, because in engagement that we've had with Minister Malatsi, he obviously committed that we can work together on resolving the issue, and then subsequently to that, we've within the structures of SITA not been able to conclude on this process, even though we've managed to secure the services of a third party to assist in this particular process. We can move to the next slide. So I think the ripple effect of these issues, and I'll add to the list now, and also then just talk to the plans that we are implementing to address this, it severely impacts our ability to digitally transform the organization, to expand our footprint, and also just highlighting the issue around the VPN RAW vulnerabilities that was experienced at the time, and that we were denied access to conduct an independent code review, which would have been not only to the benefit of SITA and the DHA, but all departments making use of the VPN RAW service. We can go to the next slide. Now, in addition to stepping off SITA, we've also experienced some challenges with a particular software development partner that we contracted during 2023, and unfortunately, due to non-delivery and non-performance, we had to then formally give notice to them, or serve them notice, and we did so in December 2024. Where we've then agreed on specific timelines and dates to meet deliverables, but also to ensure stability of our systems. They unfortunately continued to fail to meet those deadlines, and we then moved to terminate services of that particular partner in March 2025. Now, after we had done that, we needed to then make sure that we assess the effect or the impact of the particular systems. But before I do that, let me touch on kiosks first. I see that's on the next slide, Chair. So one of the projects that they were also then responsible to deliver was the live capture integration into the kiosks. Now, I know it was also previously discussed and shared with the portfolio committee. These 91 kiosks were acquired. It was developed by another third party, and then the integration into live capture was supposed to have been completed by the development partner, which I've highlighted a bit earlier. And it's unfortunate that they've not managed to do so. And our plan going forward is to then deploy these 91 kiosks to non-modernized offices, with the intention then to remove the ability to issue the green ID book at those non-modernized offices, and to ensure that we then eradicate the green ID book as part of the strategy, or as one of the strategic objectives, enabling then the issuance of smart ID cards at those non-modernized offices through the deployment of that 91 kiosks. Coming back to the point that I wanted to make a bit earlier, and that's on the next slide, slide 15. On an eagle view, if we look at it from a bird's eye view, the two areas that was identified, or that identified specific interventions that needed to be undertaken. If I look at the CSI diagnostic findings, as I've highlighted earlier, they indicated that the legacy architecture, as well as aging infrastructure, is a major contributor to downtime, and that there's also a critical need for a network refresh, both the networking kit as well as then the connectivity upgrades. Now, if you recall previously, some of the procurement issues that I've highlighted also stems from the delays in procurement processes that have not been concluded. In addition to that, the lack of observability tools, and that's the end-to-end monitoring, to be proactive in terms of identifying problems on the infrastructure, but also in the business processes where queues may be piling up, was also a critical area of or constraint that was identified by the CSR. Subsequently to the termination of the services of the previous development partner, we had to then conduct a DHA health check to confirm that particular ecosystem. What are some of the challenges within that ecosystem? Now, I must also add that previously, when I jointly presented with the CSR, I highlighted that within the service manager life capture ecosystem, we've experienced a number of challenges, and that was just at the time or just leading up to the period where we then terminated the services of the previous development partner. And that was as a result of a combination of factors. One is not maintaining the ecosystem, not understanding the code within the environment that is deployed, and any enhancements that are deployed either was not tested properly or wasn't integrated properly, that then resulted into a situation where we had frequent failures in the service manager environment. And the service manager web environment is for the modernized offices where there's where applications could not be processed, documents could not be uploaded, etc. So those we then identified short-term interventions as well as the longer-term interventions that needed to be undertaken. And the short-term interventions, I'm not going to elaborate on that. We have presented that previously. But from a longer term, we've then identified also the need to reduce the complexity across that particular ecosystem, but also then to look at redundancy, which is also then resonating with the CSR findings, as was highlighted in that particular diagnostic study. Now, I think the question is then, how do one move forward within a situation where the allocation to the department has retracted, that we have quite a number of economical pressures within the country? How can we create a sustainable environment by adopting specific strategies to not increase the cost structure for the department and the country, and not increase tax that needs to be recovered from citizens? And so we adopted on the next slide 16, certain guiding principles. The first being to limit our DHA funded expansion. So what does that mean? It means that we should not be expanding or buying or constructing additional new physical offices. We would rather leverage the bank infrastructure. The commitments that the banks have made is to support us by providing the infrastructure, so we don't have to pay any additional infrastructure costs, license fees, etc., that they would then ensure that we can deep link through their infrastructure to our systems at any given time where there's an applicant applying, either in branch or through mobile applications. So maybe just to spend a few seconds on that, we've started the process to engaging the banks and entering into agreements in 2015. We managed to expand to 30 branches up to now, but we know that that's chipping away at the problem too slowly. We have therefore set ourselves a very ambitious target of 100 branches, and we've obviously developed a new architecture model that we are engaging the respective banks on to then speed up the expansion of our footprint into those respective branches, not only physical, but also the digital platform. In addition to that, we've also then identified the need to leverage strategic partnerships to deploy infrastructure and leverage infrastructure where it already exists in state-of-the-art data centers, rather than going the route of revamping our infrastructure that would increase our cost structure significantly, and also take a lot more time to implement the strategic interventions that we have committed to do for this year. So we're leveraging two of those partnerships, one for the identity hosting. We've heard the CIO of GPW speak about the whole digital identity and PKI infrastructure. So our intention is then to move our digital identity infrastructure and PKI infrastructure into that space, and at the same time also then to leverage the development and support of our life capture ecosystem from another strategic partner. In addition to that, it would be selfish for Home Affairs only to focus on infrastructure that would serve the purpose for Home Affairs. I think the Minister and the DG made it clear, and quite a number of the engagements that has been held, that we're adopting a whole of government approach, because ultimately all departments and also public entities need to verify credentials. They need to verify against the digital identity. Hence, the concept of digital identity then was given life during last year, and we're working towards then establishing firstly the fundamental PKI security infrastructure for the whole of government, with the intent that we would then issue digital identity with verifiable credentials to other state entities who would then need to verify the verifiable credentials that have been issued then as part of that particular process, whether it's then exposed through a wallet or whether it's then exposed through Mamzanze app, but also I think the emphasis there is security through PKI infrastructure. Ultimately, any other verifiable credentials that would like to then be issued or identified to be issued by the Department of Health, SASSA, Department of Education, etc., would then be done so through that whole of government security infrastructure called PKI. At the same time, we needed to find a way how to accelerate these interventions then to market, and we cannot do so if we don't have access to that infrastructure synergies, as I've highlighted a bit earlier, and also then the regulatory flexibility that is now created through the new SITA regulations, which we're very grateful for, gives us the ability then to leverage those regulations, and we would not find ourselves in a situation where we sit and wait for 3 years for a contract to be concluded for us to modernize our offices or to address our connectivity infrastructure related issues. Then in conclusion, if we move to the next slide, it's really just echoing what I've just mentioned, where the new regulations would enable us to address the constraints that we're currently experiencing with SITA, and also then free from scrutiny from the AGSA in terms of deviations. It then now gives us the opportunity, if SITA is unable to deliver, that we can leverage those gazetted regulations. Chairperson, I'm going to pause here. That then concludes the presentation from the department related to the topics that you wanted us to cover on. Thank you so much, Chair and members.
Thank you very much, DG, and thanks very much, Mr. Leon du Preez, and thanks for the government printing works. I want to propose, honorable members, that and you'll guide me, because the House is sitting now. We're just stolen some few minutes before other members could connect. I want to propose that we stand off these presentations. We invite them on Tuesday, because we are adopting all the reports. We start with questions for the 2 presentations, and then they're able to have enough time also to respond and consider the issues that we'll have raised. I'm afraid if we proceed, we may not have a full appreciation of the comments of members, but also give enough time for the Executive of Government Printing Works and the Director General with the Leon du Preez to respond to these detailed issues that we have requested to do. So I'm proposing that we stand off, and on Tuesday, at least we deal. The first item will be this, and then once we finish, we adopt all the reports, obviously after deliberations. Can I get a sense, members, if this approach will assist us?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Mukhale?
Yes, Chair. No, I agree with you entirely, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Ross, is the contrary view?
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with that. I'm just wondering how the process would work, because we would have the deliberations, and then those deliberations would need to be captured in the report. And then you would have to adopt the report. So would there be a break in the meeting while that happens, and then how would we then consider the amended report?
Okay,
thank you.
Look, Chair, I support your proposal as well. We really need to engage this report, especially this one by Mr. Leon du Preez triggered many questions from our side. I think I second your proposal that let's deliberate next week deeply with all of them. So, because we're not going to have time now.
Okay. Is there any member that want to advise? Okay. I take it that we agree that we must proceed Tuesday. Mr. Salmon, is there any advice you want to? I see your hand.
Yes, Chair. I'm just just echoing what Honourable Rose has said. I'm just one concern how we're going to integrate what members say directly into the report and adopt it. We might need to have an additional meeting. I'm not sure if we can do the questions and reports, and then also the strat plan was supposed to be happening next week on Tuesday too. So I don't know if we should try have another meeting perhaps on Friday or two meetings next week. I'm not sure we can do everything in one meeting, Chair.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll I shift the item on the strike plan. I've already engaged with Mr. Matonsi. We'll invite them to respond, and on Tuesday, we'll deliberate on the report that will be prepared. Then we'll get a special day to adopt the reports. I think that will be sufficient for so that we include all the reports in the after deliberations. Will that assist, Honourable Ross?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Minister, I think we'll take it off here. I'm sure you're comfortable with the approach of the committee, with your team that will be responding. Is there any other matter, Minister?
No, thanks, Chair. I fully understand that. I just think we've scheduled a lot of time today. I'm just flagging, I'll have to take a look at next week's schedule then, just to try and make it work. But I think it makes complete sense to have a further engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. What we can also do, members, in the meantime, if there are all written questions that we're thinking to deposit, I will advise that let's deposit these questions so that at least on Tuesday they could have been captured. We can make follow-up on other issues. So if Mr. Matonsi can do a round robin for members, if there's any questions that we'll do in writing, or so that it's easy for deliberation on Monday, in particular on the SITA matter and government printing works. Captured. Thanks, members. I think thanks, Minister. Thanks, DG. Thanks, Deputy Minister, and honorable members for attending the long day. It was good that we have enough time to listen to the presentations, engage on, like we did with the IEC, and also this, they also deserve to be enough time for members and yourselves to deliberate and exchange notes with members of the committee and the executive. Thanks very much, members. We can now, the meeting stand adjourned, and we can join the National Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.